Hey y'all, it's good to see y'all. Hope y'all are staying warm and safe. Okay, I'm gonna make that stop. No notifications now. How are y'all doing? Everybody doing okay? Staying safe? Staying warm? Y'all been playing in it? Hey Terry, good to see you. Today I watched Texas Redleg driving around DFW. He's got the truck to do it. So that was pretty cool. I love drive along. And then Ark Wildman, if you're listening, Ark, I have watched you for years. I've got an amazing fire kit because of you. But sitting in the snow eating naked, I don't know. But I get it. He said it was to build up his endurance. It's one way to do it. He had a pelt or a blanket, something covering him. Wasn't wasn't displaying anything bad, but still had that smile, sitting in the snow, blanket, cooking his food. No, sorry to hear that, Terry. Well, the girls came up and got some cardboard boxes and went sliding down the hill. I got videos and pictures of them out playing in it. Dog went with them. Told her she needed to go out and play too. Deck's got about 3 inches of ice on it. It's like snow-covered ice, or I don't know. Everything out here is just white. And so when I opened the door, and I had to fight to get the door open, it was frozen shut. And she looked out there and looked at me like I was crazy. And I said, no, you're going to go out and have fun with the girls. Need to go potty. No. Yeah. Hey, Prepper 101, good to see you. We used to go to the railroad tracks when we lived in San Antonio, but now we live on a hill, so they don't have to go to that extreme. I have a scar from that, actually. Weed or a piece of grass, something caught under my knee and just sliced it open. Of course, we didn't do doctors and stitches back then, so it is what it is. John Denning, good to see you. How are you doing? 6 inches of snow. Yeah. Then I saw a couple of Hudson Valley's videos. First, when he went out to shovel, well, maybe it was just one video, but he was showing where the plow died. But they got it started again. 13 inches. Oh. I don't know. I think snow's better than ice. It's our high today was 24. Low tonight's gonna be 14. The kids, they even messaged me, "Do you have internet up there?" And I said, "So far." And I think theirs finally came back on, and haven't lost power. Water's still running. Been unpacking boxes and washing dishes. I think that's the worst thing of this, is having to wash everything after you unpack it. Yeah, we don't have plows around here. So everybody's just stuck. Everything's closed tomorrow because the sun kind of came out for a minute, and so it started trying to melt it. And then getting down to 14, it's just going to freeze all over again. I think our high tomorrow is the same, 24, something like that. So it's not going to thaw. It's going to get. Our constable went around looking at roads, shared a video of not looking good out there. I should have looked up Austin. I'd love to see people trying to drive in Austin. It's too funny. Yes, Terry. That's exactly it. Good to see you, G-Ma. Hope you're doing okay up there on your hill. Piece of paradise. So I have this video that I've been wanting to share with y'all, and it's the concept is just really good. I'm sure y'all have seen people in Texas. There's a lot of them that are out of water. The aquifers are kind of drying up, or something's happening. That I didn't see them, Terry. The ones that were in front of Texas Red Lake, I guess. I was seeing some of them. It's 39 and dry. Good deal. So these are some of the things that I'm going to be trying to do out here, and I'm sharing them with y'all because it's Lily, good to see you. It's how we return to the earth what we take from it. And I think that is being a true steward of the land, like we're supposed to. Okay, Lily. You could never go out of water. That's awesome. We don't have a water source here on the property, but we are surrounded by water. So I'm hoping. So what I hear is that the water seeps back into the aquifers. Is the way it's supposed to work. Did Wildlife come in? I missed him. Hey, Wildlife. Good to see you. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and share this with y'all. It's about 17 minutes, It's not bad. Yes, exactly, Gma. And that's what this is like. The video I shared the other night with the buffalo and so this one goes into more detail about how we are the ecosystem. And, that's what they were saying about the buffalo. That when they talk about the ecosystem, we are the ecosystem. And we're the carbon they're trying to get rid of. All right, I'm going to go ahead and share this, and then I'm going to put the link in chat, and hopefully we can have some good conversation and maybe some laughs. I was sitting here thinking today about all the people I miss that have put in so much knowledge and discussions. I mean, Shane was Shane. George was George. I mean, Rabbits was Rabbits. Everyone had something to contribute. Bruce, God bless their souls. And we would just sit and talk, and wasn't always agreeable, but we didn't fight. We just, and it was helpful. It was, we were trying to find solutions, and that's what it's all about. So, okay, I'm going to go ahead and share this and shut up. I'm just, I'm seeing so much negativity, so much hate. It is heartbreaking. It's just to see the comments that people are making in these videos, and it, I'm just shocked, I guess, is the word. So I'm trying to put some positivity out there to counter it, because that's what feeds Satan, y'all. That, remember the movie Monsters Inc.? There's something to that. Making people afraid, making people angry, making people get all riled up. It is feeding the ick, whatever you want to call it. I believe that it's feeding the evil. And so how do you counter it? Don't feed into it. Laugh. Be happy. Watch the kids playing in the snow. Watch people doing good things. All right, can y'all see that? Is it? Okay, let me go back over here. Yes, it is a cycle. All right, I'm going to mute and play this. If I can find the mute. There it is.
Every autumn, we torch piles of branches that could feed the earth for decades, destroying free water and fertilizer in a single afternoon. Yet in the Alps, one rebel farmer buried wood instead of burning it and grew lemons in the snow. This mounded soil became a 20-year powerhouse. No hoses, no fertilizer, no struggle. So why did we abandon the secret that could end drought in your backyard? The answer challenges everything modern agriculture believes. Sepp Holzer never set out to become a rebel. He simply watched the mountains and listened to the soil. In the 1980s in Austria, that quiet defiance turned his farm into a battleground. Inspectors arrived with clipboards and warnings, measuring his steep terraces and the deep ponds he had dug without permission. Each mound of soil, each pile of buried wood, drew another fine. Holzer's neighbors followed the rules: flat fields, straight rows, government-approved crops. He built hills out of rotting logs and planted citrus where only spruce had grown. Officials called it reckless. They worried about floods, erosion, and the chaos of untamed land. They handed him violation notices, sometimes dozens, in a single year. By the end of the decade, Holzer was known as the most fined farmer. "Ich bin der meist bestrafte Bauer," he said with a crooked smile. "I am the most fined farmer." The fines piled up, thousands of shillings, then euros, each one a demand to return to the old ways. But Holzer kept building, even as he faced the threat of losing his land. In 1986, after heavy rains, authorities accused him of creating illegal water retention mounds. He paid the penalty, then appealed, arguing that his ponds and terraces prevented the very disasters they feared. In 1989, the pressure peaked. The Agricultural Board threatened to seize his farm. Holzer's response was simple. He invited them to see his yields. Lemons, kiwis, grapes, and root vegetables flourished on slopes where nothing but grass had grown before. His farm produced 10 times more food than any neighbor. By 1992, after yet another fine for expanding a pond, Holzer's methods had begun to speak for themselves. He wrote, "My yields silenced them." The government could not ignore the evidence. Citrus trees bending under the weight of fruit, vegetables thriving without a drop of irrigation or a bag of chemical fertilizer. Holzer's persistence turned every penalty into proof. He watched the rules burn, but his soil only grew richer. The fines never stopped him. They only made him more certain. Nature, left to its own wisdom, can outlast any bureaucracy. His story is not just one of resistance, but of trust in rotting wood, in the patience of decay, and in the quiet power of a hillside garden that refuses to die. Lemons dangle in the alpine wind, their skins bright against a backdrop of snow. On the steep terraces of Krameterhof, kiwi vines climb alongside spruce trees, their fuzzy fruit swelling under cold mountain skies. Grapes ripen on the same slopes where neighbors struggle to coax grass from the soil. No hoses snake through these beds. No sprinklers tick in the night. Water comes from within the earth itself, pulled up through roots that reach deep into mounds of buried wood. The soil here is dark and loose, laced with the sweet scent of decay. Frost settles on the fields in early October, but the ground beneath Holzer's citrus trees stays warm. Even in the dead of winter, green shoots push through the mulch, fed by the slow heat of rotting logs breaking down below. The citrus trees are not stunted or sickly. They stand heavy with fruit, their leaves glossy and strong. Kiwis, usually reserved for subtropical valleys, thrive here beside alpine pines. The harvest baskets fill with colors that seem impossible at this altitude. Lemons, grapes, even figs. Neighbors come to stare. Inspectors, once armed with fine books, now bring cameras. The evidence is impossible to ignore. Where others see barren slopes, Holzer gathers abundance. This is not a trick of greenhouse glass or hidden irrigation pipes. The secret is buried underfoot. Each mound is packed with fallen logs, branches, and leaves layered like the forest floor, then capped with earth. As the wood decays, it swells with rain and snowmelt, holding water like a sponge. Roots tap this hidden reservoir through the dry months. Even in drought years, the beds stay moist. Crops survive heat waves and late frosts that scorch neighboring fields. The mounds do more than hold water. As the logs break down, they release a steady stream of nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, and calcium, feeding the soil for decades. The warmth from decomposition lingers through the coldest nights, stretching the growing season weeks beyond what the valley floor allows. Each mound becomes its own microclimate, a pocket of Mediterranean abundance in the heart of the Alps. Visitors walk the terraces in disbelief. They taste lemons that never saw a greenhouse. They run their hands through soil that never dries out, even in July. For 2 decades, these beds have produced harvest after harvest, without fertilizer, without irrigation, without the chemical crutches of modern farming. The proof is not in theory, but in fruit, sweet, fragrant, and impossible to explain by any rule but nature's own. At the heart of every Huegelkultur mound lies a simple, overlooked miracle. Rotting wood is a sponge. Not a metaphorical sponge, but a physical one built by nature's own architecture. The cell walls of wood, made mostly of lignin, form a labyrinth of tiny pores and tunnels. When wood starts to decay, these pathways open wider. Rainwater and snowmelt seep in, flooding every chamber. In laboratory tests, heavily decomposed pine logs have soaked up water equal to 5 times their dry weight, over 500%. Oak, slower to break down, still doubles or triples its mass with moisture. That is not theory, it is physics. On the surface, a Huegelkultur bed looks like any other raised mound, soil, mulch, maybe a tangle of squash vines. But if you drive a moisture probe deep into the mound, the numbers tell a different story. In the dry heat of July, when neighboring gardens wilt and hoses run day and night, the probe sinks into the Hugel bed and finds moisture levels that rival a spring rain. Field readings show 40 to 60% soil moisture inside the mound, even as the topsoil above cracks in the sun. The buried logs below, swollen with water, release it slowly to the roots above. It is a hidden reservoir, recharged with every passing storm. The secret to this water-holding power lies in the way wood breaks down. As fungi and microbes eat away at the cell walls, the wood's density drops. A chunk of pine that started dense enough to sink in water becomes light and airy, like a natural sponge. In one study, degraded pine dropped to just 0.18 grams per cubic centimeter, less than half its original weight. Every gram of that decayed wood can trap several grams of water. Even after months without rain, roots find moisture where the eye sees only dust. For gardeners, this means freedom from the daily chore of dragging hoses across the yard. It means a summer without wilted leaves or lost crops. The promise is not wishful thinking. It is backed by the structure of the mound itself. Every log, every branch, every handful of rotting leaves adds another layer of storage. As the years pass, the mound settles, but its core remains a living reservoir. Stories from practitioners echo this quiet revolution. In the second year after building a Huegelkultur bed, a gardener in the Pacific Northwest packed away her hose, reporting that the soil stayed moist all season. In Austria, Holzer's own terraces held water through droughts that emptied neighbors' wells. Urban gardeners working with nothing but city brush and curbside logs watched their beds thrive through heat waves without a drop of supplemental irrigation. This is the promise that draws in the lazy gardener and the frugal grower alike. Do the work once, and the mound waters itself for decades. The buried wood does not just feed the soil, it quenches its thirst, quietly, from below. The evidence is in the numbers, the probe readings, and the hands that come away damp after digging into a mound that has not seen rain in weeks. It is not magic. It is the physics of lignin and decay working in service of the soil. Beneath the surface of every Huegelkultur mound, a quiet engine runs day and night. As soon as the first shovel of soil covers the wood, the mound becomes more than a reservoir. It becomes a heater. Microbes and fungi swarm through the moist, decaying logs, breaking down lignin and cellulose. Their work is not just invisible, it is exothermic. Every bite of wood releases a pulse of heat, warming the soil from the inside out. Even in the biting cold of an alpine winter, the ground above a buried log can register several degrees warmer than the air, and noticeably warmer than the flat fields around it. This is not just a comfort for roots, it is a survival advantage. Seeds germinate earlier in spring. Frosts that would kill young shoots on bare ground pass harmlessly over these mounds, buffered by the slow, steady warmth rising from below. In autumn, the growing season lingers, with tomatoes and squash ripening weeks after neighboring gardens have withered. The heat is only the beginning. As the years roll by, the buried wood transforms from a simple energy source into a trust fund for the soil. The breakdown of logs is a marathon, not a sprint. Hardwoods like oak and maple can take 20 years to fully decompose. During that time, the wood releases nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, calcium, at a pace that matches the needs of the plants above. There are no boom and bust cycles, no flush of fertility followed by collapse. Instead, the soil receives a slow, reliable infusion. Each spring, new roots reach deeper, finding fresh pockets of nourishment. Each autumn, the mound settles a bit more, its core richer than the year before. Field trials and long-term gardens confirm what Holzer saw on his terraces. A well-built hugelkultur bed can feed crops for 20 years or more without added fertilizer. The nutrients are not washed away by rain or burned off by sun. They are locked inside the wood, released only as the microbes finish their patient work. Even after a decade, the soil in the heart of a mound can test higher for nitrogen and phosphorus than the surrounding ground. This is not a quick fix, but a legacy. The science behind this slow release is as elegant as it is effective. As the wood decays, it becomes a scaffold for microbial life. Fungi weave through the log fibers, forming networks that shuttle minerals from deep in the mound to the surface roots. Bacteria break down complex compounds into simple nutrients. Earthworms tunnel through the softening wood, mixing it with the soil and leaving behind trails of castings rich in plant food. Each player in this underground orchestra works at its own pace, but together they turn dead wood into living fertility. For the gardener, this means less work each year and more abundance with each passing season. There is no need to haul bags of fertilizer or worry about depleting the soil. The mound handles the feeding and the heating, quietly and automatically. It is a system built on patience and trust. Trust in the slow magic of decay and in the wisdom of letting nature's processes unfold over decades. In a world obsessed with instant results, hugelkultur offers something rare. A promise that, with the right foundation, your soil will only grow richer as the years go by. Flat fields became the new standard as machines rolled onto the land. In the decades after 1920, tractors and harvesters demanded a uniform surface. No bumps, no mounds, nothing that could slow a steel wheel or jam a plow. The old practice of building hills from buried wood fell out of favor, not because it failed, but because it didn't fit the logic of mechanization. A tractor can cover a flat acre in minutes, planting row after row without interruption. Efficiency became a numbers game, more ground covered, fewer obstacles, higher yields per hour. Fields were scraped level, brush was burned, and the landscape was reworked to suit the needs of machines, not roots. The promise of speed and scale replaced the slow, patient fertility of buried wood. As the mounds disappeared, so did their hidden reservoirs of water and nutrients. What remained was a blank canvas, easy for machines but hungry for fertilizer and irrigation. Start with a trench or build right on top of the grass. The foundation is always the same: the biggest, oldest, most rotten logs you can find. Oak and maple work best because hardwood breaks down slowly and feeds the soil for years. Never use cedar, walnut, or anything treated. Those woods poison the roots and stall the mound. Stack the logs tightly, filling gaps with smaller branches and twigs. This is not a loose pile. Every air pocket is a future sinkhole. Next, pack every crevice with nitrogen-rich greens. Rotting wood is hungry for nitrogen, so use grass clippings, fresh manure, or even urine if you have it. If you skip this step, microbes will steal nitrogen from your plants. That is the nitrogen trap, with yellow leaves, stunted growth, and disappointment. Once the green layer is thick, cap the mound with a foot of topsoil and mulch. Water it in well during the first year. After that, the mound handles the rest. A retired schoolteacher stands beside her garden, the hose coiled and untouched since the second spring. She built her first mound with storm-felled maple logs, packing every gap with grass clippings and manure. Now, even in August, the soil stays cool and damp. She jokes that her tomatoes get more water from the earth than she does from the tap. Her water bill dropped so sharply that the city sent a notice asking if the meter was broken. A frugal homeowner in the suburbs turned last year's brush pile into a serpentine bed, winding through his backyard. He kept track of every dollar. No more bags of fertilizer, no more weekly irrigation, just kitchen scraps and autumn leaves layered into the mound. By the end of the first year, his harvest was the largest he had ever seen, and the savings paid for his seed order twice over. Not every story starts with success. One permaculture enthusiast watched her seedlings yellow and stall. She had skipped the manure, trusting the wood alone. The lesson was swift. Rotting wood steals nitrogen at first. She dug in fresh clippings and a wheelbarrow of compost, and within weeks the bed sprang to life. Her mistake became her proof. The mound, once stubborn, now grows peas and squash without a hint of hunger. Each testimonial carries the same refrain: bury the wood, and the ground gives back for years. Today, droughts and fertilizer prices are climbing, while millions still burn what could become reservoirs beneath their gardens. As climate extremes threaten food security, every buried branch is a quiet act of resilience. The choice is not about nostalgia. It is about building soil that outlives us. The ground remembers what we give it. What legacy will your garden leave? Share your thoughts below.
Hey, Mary. Yes, I'm okay. Stuck in the house, but I'm okay. So what y'all think? I mean, I remember years ago that this little lady, and this is when I was starting to do the 5-gallon buckets. Well, anything. You can use laundry baskets, you can use whatever. And she was saying, get the scraps out of the yard to put on the bottom of it. So I was doing that. But like he says, don't forget the manure. You gotta have the manure. And that year I was using the rabbit poo tea that one of our local girls brings, and it wasn't too bad, but this last summer things were a lot different. They were really growing well, and just that you don't have to worry about water anymore in doing this process. That's what I'm looking into, because and it also, the soil will stay like that for the next generations to keep growing food. Oh, Black Watch.
Hello. Hi, Bonnie and chat.
So it can be done in containers if you have to, but it's better for the earth if you do straight in. straight into the earth. There's some places around here that doesn't have rock. That I think it can be done. So how are you doing?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good.
Snow?
Yeah, the streets aren't that great, but they're nothing like some places.
Mm.
Like I said, this is the furthest point south in Canada, so it's moderate, quote, but it's cold. You know, we got it too.
Yeah.
So I hear you're a snow bunny.
Something like that. Yep.
The snow bunny. You know, you see the rabbits running around in the snow further north you go. So
Yep.
yeah. Yeah. You reminded me of it when you talk about the kids in the snow.
Yes.
Reminded me when the street, you know, you were growing up and there's two brothers moved in. Long story short, the Don Valley, you have to look at a video of it. It's very, very deep. And off the street, just because normal street, and it had a barrier. And you kind of think, well, someone goes through the intersection, turns left, you know, but it dropped deeply into the valley. And we had an aluminum toboggan,
Mm-hmm.
but one. And I remember the two brothers, the youngest one was on the back, and we went over a boulder. So did he. He was launched. He was gone. You know? I don't know if he hurt himself. But it just reminded me of, you know, things I had forgotten.
Yep.
That was a stupid thing to do, really. It was almost a sheer drop off, but
yeah.
Yeah, we lost one somewhere. I don't know where he went, but yeah.
Y'all didn't check on him.
Yeah, boing. Yeah.
Yeah. When we first moved to the country, we had a pretty good snow and ice, kind of like this right now. And we lived right off of major highway, and there's a big dip in it. So the hills were pretty good sized. And my grandmother, she said, come on, we're going to go have fun. We grabbed cardboard boxes and went down to the middle of the highway because there was no traffic. Texas closes down. It's just done. And especially right there, you wouldn't have been able to get up. If you were able to slide into the dip, you wouldn't be able to get back up. And so we would just have fun doing that. But that's when I learned about snow blindness too, because
Yeah.
should have had on sunglasses or something. Yeah, John, I've seen people use car hoods when we had 14 inches of snow in my hometown one year. It was sometime in the 80s, I think. And these crazy kids had a chain and a car hood, trash can lids, whatever they could find, chained to the back of the truck, and they'd be going around that curve by our house. You'd hear them laughing and hollering because they were trying not to get thrown off.
Yeah.
Well, that's true, G-Mom. Treated wood is not good.
No. One thing I learned the hard way is to get like the railroad ties, whether they're treated or not, and to line the driveway, you know, to keep the the lawn back, so
Yeah.
no, they spring up and then you trip over it. That's the worst thing. It's a waste of money. Oh, it was always awful taking that stuff out.
Well, so for the past 30 years, everyone's been chopping up the fallen limbs and putting them between two trees and making a pile. And so I was like, okay, good. We got all these wood piles and I'm thinking for burning. But after seeing that video, I was like, oh, nope.
Yeah.
This is good seasoned wood. It's probably all rotted because it's been sitting there for so long in the weather, and it's perfect for doing that. And plus, we've got all these fallen limbs. So when the guy comes to cut up the trees, I'm not going to let him take all of it because he's wanting firewood, which I even messaged him and asked him if he was okay on firewood through this, and he's good. But
I think that video specifically mentioned maple, which is very tight hardwood. I wonder how softwood would do. Hardwood is the premier, right?
yeah, that's what he was saying. Not, I think he mentioned pine too was good.
Oh, pine softwood. I didn't catch that. I heard maple clearly.
Yeah, and ours is oak, and that was one of them that he said was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, there probably is. What?
I used to make my own furniture for a while, a little shop downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Was oak ever expensive, even in the 80s? There used to be the town down from me it was Royal Hardwood or something like that. And the cost, oh my God, it was tremendous.
Hey, Ann, good to see you. Yeah, well, that's what impressed me the most about that video is no watering. First year, yes. Cost of seeds going down because you're saving your seeds from what you produce. Growing citrus, lemons and stuff in the snow in the winter.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And just the not having to worry about fertilizer or any of the toxins that they sell wanting you to put in your gardens.
Yeah.
It all makes sense.
Everybody worries about forest fires. But in a lot of cases, it's a good burn. Replenishes the soil.
Mm-hmm.
And it's nature going around and around and around for
Yeah.
nature does.
And I've seen that even with the farming fields, they'll burn them once in a while to ash is really good for your soil also. And yeah.
I got to tell you, your audio is excellent. It's the best it's been, so whatever you're doing, keep doing it.
I haven't changed a thing. I don't know.
It's incredible. It's very, very good.
Good. Usually it's not.
Just thought I'd say.
Maybe
my speakers have warmed up to you. Well, I don't know, but it is good.
Right.
Yeah, nature. But I did notice a little poop will go a long way. Well, that woman had problems at first with just the logs and things till she
Yeah.
had manure and things like that. So, buy a cow or something. I don't know. They never said what. They just said that. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Uh, but I just had a thought. I grew up by then pretty well. There was milk trucks. The truck, the kind of big van type of thing. But the bread was still with a horse and wagon, Wonder Bread. You could just follow the bread wagon and scoop it up. There you go. Yeah. But, yeah.
Oh, wow, Anne. I didn't hear anything about that. Hmm. High 24, low 14 today. That's what our temperature is, Anne. It's cold. And windy. If it wasn't so windy, it wouldn't be so bad. The Englishman in Texas, he did a video about that. And he said, "Why is it so different here? I've been all over the place. Grew up in England or the UK, wherever he was." And he said, "But there's something about the Texas wind that it just goes straight through you." And I was like, I am so glad to hear him say that, because I thought it was just me, because it does. It feels like it just goes through your bones.
As far, excuse me, as far as I know, England doesn't get, the real wicked, winter weather.
Oh, really?
I don't think so. He's English. He isn't Benny Hill, is he? I heard he was retiring. He might have gone down to Texas. Englishman in Texas. Mm-hmm.
Wonder what they were doing in Maine, Anne. That's kind of, and I wonder what made it blow up. That's sad to hear. I'm telling you, all these plane crashes are making me not even want to think about trying. No.
Yeah. Well, does this beat any record down there?
Do what?
Does this beat any records down there? Was it a record storm or?
No.
Well, I guess that's good in a way.
I think 2021 might have beaten some records. Maybe. I don't know.
No. Well, for now, you're living in Canada till it melts.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, I don't have any clue what the wind chill is.
You don't have a feels like reading? They've stopped that. It used to be common. Degrees Fahrenheit feels like 10 or something like that with the wind.
It did used to tell me that. Oh, yeah. Right now it says it feels like 6 degrees.
No, that's cold for you guys. Oh.
And so it's dropping. It could probably be 0 or minus. I don't know. Hey, Navy vet, good to see you.
But
that's what when the girls went out, because we don't know how to do winters. I posted a video on Facebook. This is what Texas needs to do right now. And he had, I don't know, like 7 coats zipped together and just rolling up in them. You had to see it. Know what I'm talking about. And I was like, but wait, what about the legs? So when the girls were going out, I sent her a thing about how it's bad to sweat in the cold. And I knew it was bad to sweat in the cold. So I looked it up, and it says that's why you wear the layers, so you can take off if you start getting too warm. Take layers off, and because when you're sweating in this kind of cold,
Yeah.
it's easier to get hypothermia.
That's one thing you learn up here is layers. Because when it gets through you with the wind, oh God, it's incredible. That was a long time ago.
8 people.
Only 60 years. That's not long, is it?
They evacuated the airport.
You ever had, well, you don't get much snow. You know, when you talked about the girls going out, you know, and then the whole, it's so much, you know. I told the story before, you know, pardon me, but my Aunt Norm, I told you, she had 1 son and 2 girls. So Harold Jr., you know, and we were out at some slope, I don't know where, and it looked like it ran for a mile downhill. It was, but there, on the left was a house with a backyard with a fence. But in comparison, it was minuscule, right? Just a tiny thing. And we were far to the right of it when you look down the hill.
Hey,
So
Carl.
they all piled into a toboggan. And you know, it was like that fence post was a magnet. They go all the way down. You watch them for over a minute to 2 minutes and bump right into there. It looked funny, but it must have hurt, you know.
Excuse me. It never fails. Yep. There's always got to be something in the way.
Just, you know, it was almost like it was a Benny Hill skit. You know what I mean? Like out of all BJ, you know, the Chevy, whatever his name is, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever you call that, you know, like this, boom. Oh, wow.
And I've heard that they've been lined up at the propane companies and
I know truckers are good at what they do, but I gotta wonder in the roads, you know, they're smart, they pull off.
who is that?
Truckers,
Oh yeah.
they're good at what they do, but I've seen it where there's a point, forget it, we just pull off,
Yep.
let it go through.
When Texas Red Lake was doing that drive around, I don't think I saw one truck. Not a delivery truck.
No. No.
Yeah, some stores are empty. I think Hudson Valley, he went into the store to check the shelves and they were not empty. At the Walmart that he was closest to. I haven't been. Well, we went, what was it, Thursday? And it was crowded, but I really doubt that the shelves were empty.
No, you wouldn't think so. I don't know. I heard some people were stocking up down there. Somebody's live and
Yeah.
Walmart, and it was a little bit busy.
And that's the thing, preppers, is if you're doing it right, then whenever something like this happens, you're good. So you don't have to hit the stores and get all the stuff. I did realize during this that I need flour. That's one thing that and I don't know what happened to my flour. It's gone.
You lost your flour too, probably with the dishes. So.
With my skillet that I still haven't found.
Yeah.
I've been finding more and more dishes. It's starting to look like a kitchen now instead of. And so now I'm making boxes of what I don't want to keep. And so I told the kids, I said, y'all are going to want to go through these because there's dishes and spices, and I don't know why such an overabundance of spices. Well, Mama was kind of, you know, I know people that work for elderly people and they call them hoarders, but my mother, because it is a distance to a store, so if she ran out of something, she would buy 2 more to replace it. She always had backup, and so she was a prepper without even knowing what a prepper was.
Probably back at the old place. Her husband's going, Marjorie, what size skillet do we have to buy? 10-inch. Don't bother. I found one. Yeah. Always leave something behind.
Yeah. Well, she had all the non-stick, and I won't use those. Mine are stainless steel or cast iron. So I've got both of my cast iron skillets. So I'm using those. It's not like I can't cook because I can't find my skillet. It's just, I like to use that one for certain things that I don't use the iron skillets for.
Yeah. So you pan fry the steak, do you?
Do what?
You pan fry your steaks?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Ours was always done under the broiler of the oven, the upper element.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I'd burn it if I did that. I'm afraid. I like mine pink in the middle.
Yeah, that's what you were saying.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah. Or on the barbecue where I start, those little white cubes you start the fire with? Because I figured all that fluid was no good. So it wouldn't go fast enough. So I put the white cubes in, and I put the liquid in, and I had to put more charcoal in. And that was 2 feet high length. But it got going quicker. I wasn't a very good barbecuer.
How Bundy, good to see you. Neither was my grandfather. It was, oh my goodness. It was charcoal on the outside, and the meat inside was, and you had to really dig to get to the meat that was edible. And so I started right away whenever I was out on my own, practicing and getting down the grill real quick because I didn't want to eat that kind of meat anymore.
Yeah. I mean, it was edible, but it just took me 2 hours to get the stupid, charcoal right.
Yeah.
It just, boy.
Well, yeah.
Mm,
You got to let it burn down.
yeah. No, that's what I mean. It's like 2 bags of charcoal later. Where's the steaks? Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
But, yeah.
Bacon grease. I think they threw my bacon grease I had in the refrigerator away. I have to start some more.
Mm, mm.
That's funny, Jimo. I need to keep that.
So when does it, for lack of a better term, get better?
When does
As the Weather Service said,
when does the weather get better?
Yeah, sorry, the weather.
I think Tuesday. If the ice melts off.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Well, it's an experience, For you, I mean, it's kind of normal. The worst part of Canada is the prairies because it's flat and the winds and the cold.
Yeah.
Minus 20 to 40 is normal January, February, even into March.
Yeah, that's just crazy. That's why I live in the South.
Yeah. No kidding.
Not
the further north you go, oh God, minus 50. It Fahrenheit.
yeah.
How they live, the tundra as it's called.
I guess it's like everything else. You just get used to it. You adapt.
Yeah. But some people are used to it,
Yep. Not me.
You call yours Eskimo. Up here it's Inuit for the native northern people.
Mm.
And how they do what they do. But, thank goodness for them.
Prepper 101. You got 3 days of summer. That's crazy. Well, looks like Tuesday it's going to get up to 44, low of 27. So that should do it. Maybe get rid of all the ice.
3 inches. I mean, even for up here, that's a lot of ice, a lot of freezing. I hear you're not supposed to say ice on your weather forecast, which was kind of amusing. But 3 inches of it? Oh boy, I don't know.
Wait a minute. You're not supposed to say ice on your weather forecast?
Well, I know we don't want to go there, but I think it was Department of Homeland Security or one of them actually sent a thing to your weather services saying avoid the term ice, call it freezing rain.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was real. I kind of went, wow, but yeah.
That's just going crazy.
Whatever. But that's a lot of freezing rain. I don't think I've ever seen 3 inches. Not the puddles. I mean, you get puddles and things, but on the sidewalks and roads, 3 inches. I don't know.
Excuse me.
Of course, up here, usually what they do in bigger cities, they wash the roads down with brine
Mm-hmm.
before it hits, so whether that has an effect, I don't know.
Well, it didn't here. The just before it hit, my daughter, she was taking all my salt. I got to replenish that too.
Yeah.
The kosher salt, the regular salt. And so she was doing my deck and the ramp because she thought that I'd be able to get out of here if she did that.
Yeah.
Well, now the ice is on top of it, and it didn't do a thing that I can see. And so when they come up here to get the boxes, they were already sliding down the ramp.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mama had the ramp built, and it's long. It has to go one direction with a steady incline, and then turn and go the opposite direction.
Yeah. Doesn't take much, and especially with wood,
Yes. And the railing, there's like cattle panels for the side of the ramp, and my little granddaughter, she was holding on to that because her feet were just going out from under.
Yeah. That could be dangerous.
Gee, Mom.
Yeah.
Well, and so I have a recipe for a de-icer that I don't know where I found it, but let me see. Here it is. De-icer. 1 teaspoon of Dawn dishwashing liquid, 1 tablespoon of rubbing alcohol, and half a gallon of hot or warm water. Pour over walkways. And it says they won't refreeze. No more salt eating of the concrete in your sidewalks. It says for sidewalks, but I think it should work anywhere. I don't know.
I guess, I don't know.
But I'm going to mix some of that up tomorrow and see what happens. Pee on it. I believe you, but I'm not. Not sure if anybody can see me out there, but it's possible. Yeah, Cheryl. I'm drinking a lot of water.
So you're not ready to buy a snowblower yet, right?
No, still looking at something to drive around the property.
Oh, to drive? Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, but not a snowmobile because we don't hardly ever have snow. But some kind of all-terrain something.
Oh, no, I meant a snowblower. I got to the point.
Oh, blower. I
Yeah,
thought okay.
the next door neighbors were kind of like my younger parents. And he kept, oh, well, it's good exercise. It's good exercise. Well, he got it the year after me. It just got too much. But I think I got like a 24-inch swath, which is a little aggressive, but that was what was on sale. But it got too much, for one person, and
Yeah.
well, no, a good exercise. But the next year he got it, you know. I think that's when Sears was going out of business almost, and he got a Craftsman. So
Gma is a quad like a four-wheel, like an ATV or a
yeah,
mule. What's a quad?
yeah. I don't know. Winter. Yeah.
Okay. Four-wheeler. Hitch for trailers. See, that's what I need. Because I have the trailer. I just don't have anything to pull the trailer with. Hey, Zed. Good to see ya.
Yeah. I don't know.
Now I'm hoping that Tuesday or Wednesday I can get to the post office. We'll see.
What do you have? Do you have delivery, like a truck, small truck going by with a mailbox out there, or do you have to go to town?
I have to go to town.
Uh,
We have mailboxes here, but people have been known to steal out of them.
yeah. Yeah. Hmm.
$100,000. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Doesn't everything? I don't know.
So the mail service, no sleet, no snow, no hail, no sunshine, and we don't go to Bonnie's place either. Is that kind of like that?
Wait, what?
The U.S. mail service, remember that?
Yeah.
Nor hail, no rain, and we don't go to Bonnie's place either. Uh-uh.
Yeah, I don't even know if it ran today. Well, not today. They don't run on Sunday, but I don't know.
For some reason, what comes to mind, remember the movie Color Purple? And they're way out in the country, yet the guys with his, horse-drawn cart with a mailbox going down the country road. So they had service. Why don't you?
Well, we started out with what? The Pony Express? Wagons?
Just for some reason that popped in my head how tiny a road it was, how narrow. And yet every day the mailman drove his cart Horse and cart. Yeah.
Yeah, they could. It's really not much reason not to deliver the mail except for the roads.
Yeah.
But the mailbox is down at the bottom of the hill. So they wouldn't have to
Yeah.
drive up. There's no way to drive up that hill right now.
Not at all.
Mm.
Yeah.
Negative 16. Are you in Ontario, Lynn? I think that's
Through me.
Ann Garvey.
It's called Southwestern Ontario. That's how
You're,
they categorize it.
you're in southwestern Ontario.
Yeah.
Y'all could be neighbors.
Pardon?
Y'all could be neighbors.
I didn't get that for some reason. Speaker pulled it on itself.
Yeah.
They consider anything, I believe, from west of Toronto
Mm-hmm.
on the lake southwestern. Technically, Toronto is southwestern.
Well, Ann Garvey is below you.
You can't get any further south than where I am.
I've heard you say that.
I'm actually further south than Michigan.
Yep.
Technically, right on Lake Erie.
I remember George calling you Southerner.
Yeah.
Bumblebee dude, good to see you.
Northern Ontario is beautiful in the fall. You don't really want to go up there and play in the winter. You know, it's severe weather. That I recall. It's gorgeous in the Collingwood and that in the fall, and the waterways and that. It's rejuvenating. But the winter, oh boy, you can't drive. You just can't. And just like you, a lot of them have, the post office in town. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's all open highways, east and west to get there. It's not very inviting. Nice word. And
Ann's near the Georgian Bay.
Georgian Bay is northern. Georgian Bay is a part of Lake Simcoe, the southern part of Lake Simcoe. And it's winter up there, you know what I mean? It's not terrible.
She said minus 16 tonight.
We're down -6 Fahrenheit to -10. This is not normal for here. From what I understand, I haven't been here that long comparatively. But I'd seen it where it was warmer up north than here, comparatively up north where I once lived.
Yeah.
So you have crazy weather, where it shifts, especially lately. I mean, what winter was when I was growing up, till I hit about 20, is nothing compared to what it is now. It's mild. It's I don't know what's happened. Maybe we're going back the other way. I don't know.
Chima, agree. Snowbird in Mexico.
No snowbirds.
Snowbirds are coming down here to get away from it. And hello.
Not lately, from what I heard.
Yep.
Selling property and everything else. It's, there's some, but I don't know.
Anne said she's in Gray County.
Oh, Great County, that's got a peninsula, doesn't it? Great Peninsula. There's Bruce Peninsula, Gray Peninsula. Bruce Peninsula has a nuclear electrical plant. So they're in the water up there. Gray County and that.
Lake Tahoe. That's where my brother goes skiing, I think.
Yeah,
Lake Tahoe.
like Vail and stuff like that. Colorado and what's that other state? What's the one that was a country? I can't think of it.
That was a country, Texas.
No, northwest. All the ski chalets where all the rich people go.
Wyoming,
Vermont,
Vermont. Oh, okay.
so they say. I never skied in my life. But some people, that's a big thing. They really like it. So
Hey, Meat Puppet. Good to see you.
we lost quite a few people in avalanches out west this year. Last
Oh, my goodness.
winter, yeah, towards British Columbia and those cannons, they fire off, get everybody off the slope and fire it. That's normal out there. Apparently. Justin Trudeau's brother was lost 1 year ago.
Is the cannon what sets off the avalanche?
Yeah, because it gets to the point and it's overhanging, and then the sonic boom
Yeah.
sets it off. You don't want to be caught in one of them.
No. No,
But-
I don't want to be buried alive in anything, whether it's a landslide or a avalanche. No, that
Nope.
that would not be pleasant.
No. It's good to have the 4 seasons, but in some cases, winter can be brutal. You can have a brutal winter.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, it happens. I can say, well, the day before we had lines all over the sky, and maybe that affected something. I don't know. But this isn't something new.
I think the Earth has its own cycles no matter what you do. That's it.
Yeah.
Nothing
Exactly.
you can do about it.
And that's what Jima was saying, the Japanese earthquake knocked the Earth off its axis a little.
But anyway, that's something to think about if you're going to start a garden. Keep the wood around and ask the farmer to bring his cows over now and again, and there you go. You might. Hard to believe lemon trees in the snow, but I guess it's possible. It's there.
That's funny that Anne is describing where she's at by time. People make fun of us because I'll say something is this many hours away or that many hours instead of miles.
Hmm.
But
You know, I knew someone, when I think of lemons, somebody in Australia, and I
Mhm.
cut it at the size of a lemon, right? And this person said to me, there's no way our lemons are that size. It's kind of a standard, you know what I mean? Yeah, lemon, when you think of the size of it, it's a certain size. This person said to me, there's no way it's half of that. None of our lemons are even half of that, which I found odd, considering it's subtropical down there. I figured it'd be like a 6-pound lemon, right? You know, I got to go get my skateboard. I'll show you. But they're not the same size. I don't know.
no, the lemons I've been getting lately are like 2 inches in diameter. They're just little bitty things. I
Yeah,
don't know what's happened to the lemons.
I don't know. I
So
don't,
if I get that garden system going, I'm gonna try lemons because I know Jake, Nunya, Texas. He was doing lemon trees, but he was doing them inside a greenhouse. And that video showing that he was growing lemons in the snow.
yeah.
Whoa.
I mean, that's whatever works. You know, can't dismiss success.
No.
You know, which is that's weird. I didn't. Well, what do I know? I don't know where we probably get most of ours, Florida and California. Although the way things are now, I don't know when I think about it.
Hmm.
I don't know how that. I'm sure that's being affected.
Well, and that's another thing is I didn't see a lot of trees over what he was growing. So I don't know how that would affect the growth because I have a lot of trees.
Yeah,
It's there's not much wide open space, but there's some. So that's probably where I'm going to do it is over in that clearing that doesn't have any trees.
yeah.
The other side, the clearing, that's where I'm thinking about putting a couple of tiny homes for, but that's a dream. It's like, I want them to be there for anyone in need, but
Yeah.
there's other things that I just have to make sure I do this wisely. Excuse me. But that's what I was thinking is a alternate income if I do that. Get off the government stuff. Social Security.
I was just thinking it was a long time since I've been up north because a lot of farmers would make a windbreak over the road with trees. You know, big fields until you get there. Then you have usually pine or something for a windbreak because of winter. Oh, God.
Potia. I hope I'm saying that right. It's good to see you. Major China crap going on now. I'm too nice. I've been told that, but Jima, you haven't seen the other side of me.
I'll be back in a moment.
Won't move to Texas. A lot of people up north could not handle it. Could not handle the Texas summer. I see a lot of people complain about Texas summers. Yes, Gmail. True. Well, not really. I mean, one piece of lead. Well, yes, they are, Gmail. I have been seeing so much hateful, really hateful people. It's surprising that I know some of them. My daughter's been really posting videos and stuff. She's pretty upset, and I've been trying to calm her down. I know it's out there in everybody's face, and it's being talked about all over the place, and so I'm trying to help her get grounded again. Mm-mm. Yeah.
So are you running low on hot chocolate yet to keep you warm?
Nope.
No. Yeah.
I had bought some hot chocolate for when my granddaughter comes up, and then Mama had a Keurig, and the little cups that you put in, and some of those are hot chocolate. She loved her chocolate.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to work the thing. I haven't even attempted to see what happens if I do anything with it, but I kept it just for company if anyone comes to visit or whatever.
I remember for most of my life, usually it was a restaurant, you know what I mean? Because they sent me for coffee when I was about 11,
Mm-hmm.
and, a restaurant, like the paper cups. And I couldn't, a lot of them took it black. I couldn't stand the smell of it. But the hot chocolate came from powder, of course, right? Like I got the heated milk. But recently I don't know who makes it, but it's really good. They find whatever they've done, they kind of said, this is crap, let's fix it.
Yeah.
And it's pretty darn good.
Lady Sky, good to see you.
Of course, it's packets, right?
Yeah. I usually Um, so when I was doing the Girl Scouts, we'd sell hot chocolate at the food court during Christmas. And so I would have to buy large quantities of hot chocolate and sometimes go to several different stores because they didn't always have it on hand. But the one that I found tastes the best seems to be the Swiss Miss.
Yeah. I mean, come to think of it, I think there was, you know what a cashew can, about that size? You get cashew.
Mhm.
That's about the size of it. And I thought, this works, you know what I mean? You can put whatever, the amount you want. They stopped it to the package, like 10 packs or whatever. Of course, it's more money when you think about it. But it is good. It is surprisingly good.
Yeah, I guess that's the easiest for you. I just kind of miss making the homemade with real cocoa, real marshmallows.
I never cared for marshmallows. It's just, I don't know, something about it.
I don't like marshmallow either, but a little touch of it melted into the hot chocolate. It's
A little
pretty.
bit, everything in moderation.
Hey, Eric. Good to see you.
But yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wonder what everybody's doing tonight. Probably resting from shoveling snow.
Yeah.
Oop. Down to 19. Still feels like 6.
Always used to be in a snowstorm. You always knew they're going to plow the street at night, right? You're going to wake up to it, and you try to plan for it. But so often through the day,
It's too.
shove it, you bunny, I'm dead tired. I'm finally finished. And along comes the plow.
Along comes the what?
The plow.
Oh.
So, and you're like, that's going to kill me. You know what? There's no point shoveling if I got to clear that to get the car out. But, yeah, don't miss it.
Be charming. Okay, I'm heading to Florida. 73. Jersey Joe, good to see you. Oh my goodness. Josh, good to see you. It's 11 there now.
Everybody's falling out, right? Hey, come move. I'll go over to Bonnie's and see what she's doing. Yeah.
11 degrees is not thawing out.
Yeah.
See, Jersey Joe's up north. Feels like 10 degrees. Feels like 6 degrees here in South Texas.
Yeah.
Wrong with that.
Yeah. Can't get much further south than you. I guess SoCal is a little bit further south, is it?
Mm,
Mm. When I think about a map, I don't think that's the only state that goes further south.
I don't think they're further south, actually.
Wow.
Let me look.
I haven't looked at a map in so, God, I can't remember the last one. That's what you used to have at school, the pull down maps over the chalkboard. Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. No, California's not lower than where I am. Some places in Florida could be.
Yeah. The Panhandle. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Of course it is. Now I think about it.
Yeah. I guess if I went to the Gulf, that's the furthest south I could go.
Yeah.
Or into Mexico. But
Yeah.
down at that tip, Brownsville, that's the farthest tip here. Florida's got the Keys way down there.
Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Well, obviously, burying the furthest south doesn't. Although I heard the governor of Florida kind of thumbed his nose, saying it's going to be an average of 80 degrees here. There was some report on that. You know, it'd be funny if you had 6 feet of snow. You know. But then again, they get hurricanes, don't they?
Excuse me. We rarely get hurricanes here. We have, but
Yeah.
it's pretty rare. Good to see you, chessboard. Have I ever been to Brownsville, Padre Island? Yes, Padre Island.
Apparently, I was alive when the history was changed. Hurricane hit Toronto, 1954.
Mm,
A lot of devastation to that.
yeah.
Bad.
Well, I can't remember which one it was that took out a lot of Matagorda, where my favorite motel there was taken out, the houseboat that you could rent that
Yeah. There's some video on Hurricane Hazel and from what they're talking, like the damage compared to today, it was a lot of damage, millions and millions and millions. Forget what it was. I looked it up one time. I wasn't old enough to remember.
Oh, it was Hurricane Beryl in 24.
Yeah.
No, it was one before that.
One thing I wish I had asked my mom about, what was it like when that came through? But pretty sure it had something to do with the Ohio Valley.
Brownsville crazy.
But there you go.
And I saw somebody else say that about Miami Airport a while ago. So it must be I'm going to have to look. um, wait, was it Miami Airport or Maine? Miami.
So the $64,000 question is, did you make a snowman?
No.
A lot of people.
I don't think it's loose enough to make a snowman. I mean, it's packed solid. It's like that 3 inches of ice. It's very white like snow, but it's solid.
Yeah.
It's
So the rain moved in freezing rain after the snow? Did it kind of change from snow to ice?
well, we had rain, and then last night it was sleet, and then with the temperatures dropping, it just builds up into thick sheets of ice.
Yeah. So Texas survived the storm, more or less. Wasn't catastrophic. Oh well.
Yeah, Josh. Even our structures are not built for snow. We're just not not equipped for snow at all.
I don't think anybody really is. You just adapt a little bit better. You know?
Yeah. Well,
Wow.
we don't have snow plows. We don't they salt. Actually I heard they started using something different. I don't know what it is.
Have you ever seen, I've come close, but never witnessed it. There was a video of a guy going between farms or something on a snowmobile. And it's called a hoarfrost, HAR. And he saw it coming up, and he went and got saplings and built a lean-to with a fire, because that will freeze your lungs immediately.
What will?
The hoarfrost.
Hmm.
It looks like sleet. It looks like fog,
Mm-hmm.
but it's ice droplets at extreme temperatures, and it's deadly. Of course, they know what to do up there, right?
Well, that must be well, was I live whenever I said that about the fog looking? Felt like I couldn't breathe.
Yeah.
That was day before yesterday. So it looks like the Miami airport had a bomb threat. And then so they evacuated the airport.
Which airport is this?
Miami.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised.
And then
What came of it? Anything?
don't know. And then the plane crash was in Maine. killing 8 people from a Houston law firm. Lord be with their families.
That's actually in Miami, right? Because there's a beach.
That was in Maine. Yeah, that was at the Maine airport that the jet crashed. Goodness. Josh, that's the way mine is. I'm having to kind of push her out the door. She looks out there and she's like, no. I guess I need to get her some little sock things or something, or make some. Just wouldn't be hard to make them, I guess. Got her a little coat. I got her a new furry bed too, and she won't have nothing to do with it. She wants that flat thing. What? What were you saying? I thought you were saying something that I interrupted you. So stuck inside, what kind of games do y'all play? Or do you watch movies? What do you do?
Movies is probably what I did. Games we took up to the cottage, you know what I mean, in case it rained.
Mm-hmm.
Used to be these yellow pegs and something, and it looked like a cross. I get high low. It was, anybody ever remember high low? And I can't remember how to play it. I can't. Well, you took them up to the cottage, you know what I mean? If it rained, then what do you do? You know?
I saw some people saying that they were playing cribbage and but we usually.
I never learned cribbage. Euchre. I'm pretty good at euchre.
Yeah.
You know, different, you know, poker and things like that, but never learned cribbage. Had a lot of, you know, aunts and uncles used to use matchsticks and that. I had no clue how to play it.
Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of watching YouTube. Ark Wildman, there you are. We were talking about your cooking naked in the snow video. I put in the comments, but why? But then whenever he said he did it for endurance, I can totally understand that, because that's something that everyone should be doing. Because what if you were stuck out in it? Would you be able to endure it for very long, whether it was heat or cold or whatever? It was fun.
Not very long. You got wet in the least, you're done.
If you got what? Wet?
Wet. You're out extreme cold. You get the least amount of wet. That'll do you.
Well, that's what I was saying about the sweat. That
Yeah.
it's dangerous to sweat when it's cold because it can cause hypothermia.
Yeah.
And how do you treat hypothermia?
Slowly warm them up.
That's something I need to look into because, especially like this, we wouldn't be able to get anywhere for medical help. Don't know that they could get to us. So that's one of the things I need to learn too. I hadn't even thought about that one, hypothermia.
Well, if there's frostbite, you use cool water, tepid water.
Mm-hmm.
Not something you want to experience at all.
Watch Jam blow the snow off his deck. Body heat, heated gloves, thermal blanket. Hey, James, good to see you. If it turns black, they cut it off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ouch. Yeah, I would think it would have to be something slow. Like, I wonder if hot liquids would help too. I don't know.
Worst thing I had, I was about 10, and you had to go out collecting for the paper route. Blocks and blocks and blocks. I'd come home and you kind of lean your elbow on the, like the flapper on the door, kick your boots off. I couldn't feel my hands. They were gone. That was the worst.
There was one time. Whoops. There goes your mic again. Okay, did it quit? Yep, it quit. There was one time we were on a trip and it was freezing cold, and I was up on a shelf, sitting up on a shelf, talking to some guy. I was a kid. And when I jumped off of there, it felt like every bone in my feet just shattered. That was like, I couldn't believe how much it hurt. So I guess my feet got frozen while I was sitting there.
Yeah.
It's Mama had, goodness, I've never seen so many socks, but they're all really thin, like just really thin. I did find 2 pairs of fuzzy socks, kind of fuzzy. I don't know. I really like them, so I'm gonna go back and get some more of them. Because those little thin socks don't do anything. Oh, that's a good idea, Josh. I have a blanket that I keep in the car that's from EMS, actually. But a tarp and duct tape is a good idea, too. And that's the thing, too, is if you have to relocate in the winter, make sure that your car is stocked with whatever supplies you may need. Even think about if you're stuck on the road for whatever reason.
No.
There you go. A brick, a few candles, and a wire rack.
One thing I don't miss is winter driving. Some would argue it, but I think you're more up to it when you're younger.
Oh, chessboard. I'm glad you reminded me of that. I'm writing it down so I don't forget to check that out. Flannel jeans. Sorry, Black Watch, what were you saying? I just jumped on that. Did I lose you?
Sorry?
What were you saying?
About, winter driving. Some
Oh.
people do, but I think you're more up to it when you're younger. It was coming home from work sometimes in a snowstorm at, oh God, 1:30 in the morning. No lights, and wouldn't want to do it again. And
Yeah.
some of those nights were really bad. I think I walked out, I don't know if I had a cigarette, I don't know what I did. It was about 11 at night.
Mm-hmm.
It all shut down at midnight, 12:30, which doesn't happen today. You don't shut a mainframe down. Went to walk out, I'm going home, and these guys are hanging around like, section head was kind of like, I'm going home. And I go, what? Walked out, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. It was, oh boy, it was not good. Spent the night at some, fortunately, so another guy I worked with, I'm going home. He didn't have anywhere near as far to go. But his lock on his car froze up so bad he couldn't get in. So I said, you give me a bed and I'll drive you home. Which, oh God, that was awful. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah. I would love to have a wood stove, but
he ended up quitting, and I don't know if he opened a business, but the funny thing, the town next to me going west, I went into some plaza one time and is that you? Yeah, what happened to your hair? He's almost bald some years later. Jim Everett. That was an awful night. But
yes, chessboard, I got it. 3 inches of ice. Feels like 6 degrees. Cold. Windy. Not liking it. It was nice to see the sun for a little bit today, though.
Yeah.
Cooked hot dogs on the engine. Yeah, I can see full benefits from a wood stove. You can cook on it. heat, everything you need. Oh my goodness, Zed. Two inches of snow, James. Ugh. Yeah, I'm gonna make an outdoor. I don't know what you call it. It's like an outdoor burner. I have a stove burner, but well, I guess it would work. No, it wouldn't either. Just making another alternative cooking space outside.
Could always tell when it was January, February, first week of March, end of February or something. Toronto proper, the city,
Mm-hmm.
it looked like a cross between a fire truck and a bus. And it was a snow melting machine. And they'd scoop, they'd run the blades and push it into the right-hand lane, the east-west streets, and this thing would scoop it up and melt it, pour the water back out down the sewers. And it closed the roads down pretty well.
Yeah.
I don't know if they still use it. That was 60s, 70s, 50s, no, 60s and 70s, I guess.
Yeah.
By 75, I was gone.
Josh, that's what the video was about tonight, is rotting wood. Replenishing the soil for the gardens where you don't even have to use water.
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen your outdoor fire pits, Zed. Supposedly, my son-in-law has a cauldron. So, need to get my welder son to make I don't know what you call it, to hang the cauldron on over the fire. Some kind of a frame. I've seen some videos where people were, I don't know, they'd shove something up the roof along the rooftop, and then chunks of snow would just come sliding down. Like, oh my goodness. I can't imagine that.
So did you stock up with food before? I guess that would be the wise thing to do.
Yeah, I pretty much stay stocked up with food.
Yeah.
I was just worried that if the power went off, because I don't want to lose my meat, and that the kids with the Generac down there, they have a standing freezer.
No.
So I knew I could put it in there if I needed to.
Hmm.
Armpit hairs. Gross. Copper tub. Hmm.
So you're probably done for the year. You won't get another one, probably.
I doubt it. January and February is usually a winter, and that it got cold so quick before Thanksgiving this year. I think we're going to have a longer winter than we normally do.
Yeah.
Hopefully, March will be spring.
Comes in like a lion, goes out like a lamb. Not always. Very windy. A lot of wind picks up. Usually, like I said, what I was used to just doesn't happen anymore. Changed when the 80s came, when I think about it.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't quite the same. But
I saw that chessboard. How did I see that video? I don't know, but this poor guy and brave jumped out of a window, landed on his back in that snow to go look around, I guess. But anything could have been under that snow. That would have freaked me out. But he was okay.
yeah, anything could be under it. That's for sure.
Yeah. He said that they've had 18.5 feet of snow since December in Russia.
Oh, that's a lot.
And it's created 40-foot drifts.
Yeah.
That town or wherever he was living, it was covered almost.
Oh, it's roughly 10 feet per story. That's almost 2 stories of snow. 40-foot drifts, 4 stories.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I love the sound of a metal roof. Excuse me. I think the front, I'm going to put a metal roof, and the back, I'm going to put a see-through roof. I want to be able to look at the stars and moon. And I want a see-through roof. Yeah, Gma. Well, we've done it too. The high up cliffs and jumping into the water, and you don't know how deep it is. In fact, my dad, when he was a teenager, I think he's the one that conked his head and had to get stitches diving off of rocks.
That's what they were saying, that WEF and Davos, about getting around and that, where they just have little sleds, right? They don't shovel the rocks and, and ice and snow and salt. You just start out this little sled behind you, Put your groceries in, that's just the way it goes.
Yeah. Oh, for a lot of people, it's a way of life. That's my cousin in Alaska. They just act like, well, they've been doing it for so many years. I mean, the things they have to do just to keep their vehicles running,
Yeah.
they have to keep it somehow a warmer on it or something. I don't know. Because they get 40 below easy.
Yeah. I think the lowest was working at a garage, lowest antifreeze was rated what, minus 45, I think.
Yeah, Jim.
Windshield washer was about minus 40.
Mm-hmm.
After that, you're on your own.
Mhm.
Yeah. Mhm.
Oh. So, do y'all keep the snow like for water collection or um yes, that's it, Anne. I think that's what she was telling. Because here I'm really thinking about water collection and how to do it, and just wondering if y'all do that.
You guys are really in a pickle with water, aren't you?
Yes, we are. I'm seeing it in other places. People talking about it also. North Texas.
Mhm.
Oh wow. Turning me on. Go put it back in. Slightly injured themselves. I did on a cardboard box. I don't even know if we have sleds around here. No, that's good, Anne. Morning mist and the tarp. That's a good idea too. I'm always looking at ways to get water. I've seen a plastic bag in a tree to collect condensation. Um, I've seen the bowl in a hole in the ground with leaves over the top, piece of glass or clear plastic to collect condensation.
You talked about wanting to look through a skylight. When I put that addition on the house, it was one story off the back. I thought about that, but that isn't that easy. There's a lot of uh, what would you call it? Problems with
With
that,
leaking.
putting those things in.
Yeah, that's why I I was just like, because I've heard that skylights usually leak,
Yeah.
and excuse me, So I looked up to see if there was any kind of clear roofing, and there actually is. And so I sent a picture of that to the contractor, and I was like, is this doable? I don't know if it's more expensive than the metal roofing, but it says that it's like it's durable to hail. We get a lot of hail, so that's good to know. Durable to hail and high winds, stuff like that. And yes, and it's going to have a greenhouse effect. So, and my plants will be in there also.
Yeah.
It's going to be a multi-purpose room, work room, smoke room. Look at the sky at night room and greenhouse, all in one. Screened in porch. So half of it's going to be screened in so that the summer wind will be blowing through it.
So I remember there was the next town over from where I got the first house. And it was something shore, Bay Shore or something development. And we went on a Sunday, like it was $140,000 and up. There was no way, but it was a fun day out, right? Solid oak Scarlett O'Hara staircases, but they had skylights. And there's an article in the paper about those houses. Nothing but trouble. Leaking skylights,
Mm-hmm.
Nightmare. So, but they look. You ever done that? Go look at a house. There's no way you can afford that subdivision. But it was a nice Sunday out,
Yeah. Oh, I love to look at the old houses. More around, well, like the German style homes. Love those. But I don't know if they're old Victorians around Schulenburg, Texas. Just driving through there. Architecture has always been fascinating to me. And I'm one of those, every town I go through, I take a picture of the courthouse, and the homes, just the different structures and how they're built. I love the wraparound porches.
Yeah.
The homes with the dog runs. Those are cool. And there's a reason for it.
Now I think about it. When was that the house in the color purple? They had a wraparound veranda, porch, whatever you want to call it. Now the architecture in some of the southern. I don't know if that was based in Georgia, was it?
I don't know. But yeah, that's a
Alabama, it wasn't Louisiana. But they had a wraparound porch, you know what I mean? Like to the main house and everything. Yeah, architecture can be quite. You ever seen an Art Deco house? That is weird. In the Boston area? Oh my.
No, I don't.
Was it James Lloyd Wright or something designed? So, oh my goodness, that weird looking. It was like a different country in every room. But I like watching what's called This Old House, PBS Boston. And I enjoyed that. Every Saturday, right? If I was off, I watched This Old House. Uh,
Yeah.
hmm.
Goodness, Ed. Like lots of windows too. Like to be able to have the windows open more than not.
There used to be a thing here about April. You aired out the house. You opened the windows. Of course, you had screens.
Mm-hmm.
Then you put the furnace on that night.
Mm,
But yeah, you aired the house out.
yeah.
Yeah.
Fresh air. Nothing like it. So like hanging the clothes on the clothesline too. It's just totally different than using a dryer.
The bad part was when you found the farmers fertilized the fields the day before. Yeah, gee, shut the window. What a stench.
Mm.
Mm.
Yeah, I think Watt is getting the weather tonight that has been hitting everybody else.
So what'd it go east to west or west to east? Probably east to west, I guess.
West to east, actually.
Did it?
Yeah, because we got it 2 days ago. And that's our weather always seems to be kind of similar, but like a day or two apart.
Yeah. The westerlies.
Crow's nest. How am I supposed to get up there, James? I'd love to live in a lighthouse. That would be cool too.
Hmm.
I'm not sure about that, Anne. Yeah, Anthony usually gets our weather 2 days later. True, Josh.
Hmm.
Mm. Y'all just stay safe out there. Stay warm.
So what have you been doing in the cold to keep warm? Resetting up the house or
Yeah,
watching movies or
no, I'm so busy unpacking all these boxes that uh, that's when I do catch a video, it's uh, like when I take a break, smoke a cigarette, whatever. But I can't even get out. I can't get out of the house. It is so slick out there. I'm not even gonna try it. After watching the girls sliding down the ramp, no.
yeah.
pulley system. Yeah, I would need an elevator type thing, something like that. Slow country, good to see you. Yes, it is. Damn cold. So, is it cold in the western United States? I mean, here we are. It's South Texas. Well, Texas is covered. When I saw Red Legs driving around, I thought he was driving around in my area, and then he said he was DFW, and I was like, it looks exactly the same. 37 and on the West Coast there, and dry. Yeah, Indiana. Oh, goodness. 8.5 inches of snow. PNW. Yep. GMO. Wonder what California's doing. I haven't asked my brother. Oh, really, James? Amarillo? That's way up there for me. No ice storm east of Nashville. Cool. 22 and oh goodness. I'm just glad I'm not hearing sleet tonight. That's I think that's what broke up on my porch was all that sleet. You know, it's paradise. Like, watch what he doing. The tears falling. I'm gonna mute you a minute. I don't know what he's got going on there. Sounds like he's making supper. Yeah, Gma, if I could lift it, I mean, at 3 inches of ice isn't light. Yes, Josh, I'm Bonnie. It's good to see you. Thank you for coming in. We appreciate it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, our schools are closed tomorrow. Pull with the new quad. There you go. Yes. Oh, I can't imagine 8 to 10 feet. Oh, 10 feet of snow. That's crazy. The most I've seen here in Texas is 14 inches of snow. Snowmageddon, it was about that 10 to 14 inches of snow. Then, but we had it back in the 80s, it was 14 inches. It does. 1980 microwave. Yes, Gma. And so that's the garbage barrels down the hill too. And yeah, I'm definitely thinking about that. Copper tub or thick wire and a teapot. For what, James? Hey, Ricky, good to see you. Anything's possible. And that was global warming, right? I don't think that's happening. I think they use so many of those phrases. I think it's just another way to funnel money, actually. Tube to melt this. Oh, okay. Thanks, James. I learned so much from all of y'all. That's why I try to contribute back when I find these videos with ways of doing things with less and also helping the environment. It's like giving back to the land what you take from it. And the next thing I'm going to look into is the I guess it's kind of like a pond. You're digging a area for water to collect, and then it's supposed to seep back into the aquifers, hopefully. Yes, copper does help plants grow. Well, I hope they matter, Gma. There's got to be some humanity left. Absolutely, Josh. Why do humans matter? Oh my goodness, I could go on all night about that. Well, true. No one gets off here alive. Well, for one, we were put here for a purpose, and every person has a purpose in some way. Oh, you muted yourself. Okay. And I think our whole life is a learning experience. We we do stupid things so we know not to do them again. The Nostalgic Podcast. Atlanta, good to see you. Wonder if Wildlife knows about y'all. He's usually up here on panel, but I think George is getting hit. How's the weather in Atlanta? Yeah, it has to rain. We don't get a lot of rain. Excuse me.
Is this working now? Or is it? Did I mute this thing?
Yep.
Working, anyway. Yeah, that's quite a question, isn't it? Why do humans matter? I wonder what the Earth would be like without us.
Barren? I don't know. Regular schedule shows. I used to, Josh, but I moved and now I'm planning a trip. It's kind of whenever. I want to get back to the Constitution. We were doing Constitution on Monday nights to revisit, maybe learn some more from it. Okay. Goodness.
I think the last one you were at was 17, wasn't it? 17.
I think 17 was the last amendment.
Yeah.
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 H2O mechanic. See, and that's, I kind of want to do another well to put a hand pump on. We'll see what happens. Well, I'm just glad I'm not the only one on this planet. That would really suck. I like people. I believe there's a lot more good people than there are bad people. But I'm sure seeing a side of people that is worrisome.
Hmm.
You can do it. I bet you could, Jima. I never thought I would still be alive. I heard the guys talking about that last night or whenever it was. But they were Rescue and Carl. And I can remember thinking 30 was old. I'd never make it past 30. And here we are.
There's a lot of songs with "Here We Are" in it. Now you set that off in my head. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that.
Oh. Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, I don't leave a lot, Gmo. Well, the past week there was a lot of business I need to take care of, and there's a couple of trips I need to make into town this week, but
Hmm.
over the pond. I think your cap keys. Sand pump. I'll have to look into that and see what that is.
January's almost over. Holy crap.
There you go, Lily. Well seasoned. True. We're almost into February.
Yeah.
Spring is coming.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, right.
That's what I keep telling what. Spring is coming.
Hmm.
Cheryl. Call myself vintage. Yeah, I always see those t-shirts, aged like fine wine or something like that. Spring sweat. I don't have springs in my backyard, and water everywhere. That's awesome. Okay, Ann, sounds good. That's what they're talking about doing. From Austin to San Antonio, making the huge metroplex, and then rerouting Barton Springs to San Antonio. I just don't know how they're going to pull that off. That just sounds pretty far-fetched to me. There's springs north of me, I know for sure. But South, I don't know. Oh, wow, John. Isn't that cool? I don't see how a running river can freeze over, but I've seen it happen here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We have pictures of a group of guys standing out there in the middle of it, just standing on the ice.
Are the roads by you paved or are they gravel? That far out.
Actually, they're mostly paved.
Oh, okay.
Some are caliche. I don't know why people put caliche on roads, because when it gets wet, it's like snot.
Yeah. No, I was just thinking as of springtime was, towns that had gravel. That's when they bring in the graders. Some guy driving around a grader all day, re-leveling the road.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I think about it.
And that's what they have to do with the caliche. That's what the commissioners of the county do. They take the graders and
Yeah.
the ruts and all the, because it's like snot. so when it's raining or whatever and you're driving in it, it makes all these ruts in it,
Yeah.
and the rain washes it out, and so it has to be graded frequently. Don't eat lemon colored snow. No.
Hmm.
Pimrank Zappa. What is that? Frank Zappa. Where have I heard that? Frank Zappa. I'm Black Watch, you're with it.
A what?
Frank Zappa. Who's Frank Zappa?
Sorry, I didn't get that. I don't know.
I can't remember where I heard that. Singing. Oh, okay. See, I knew you should have known it.
What's that?
Frank Zappa. Are you losing your hearing?
Oh, I don't know.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm just thinking of when I was younger, when you talk about that. Scarborough was a northeast kind of borough of Toronto. And of
Mm-hmm.
course, it all got absorbed. It's a hopscotch, you know what I mean? It's like there. And I can remember when a north-south street to the main east-west, most of them were gravel. If I said that to anybody in Toronto, they go, "You're kidding, right?" I'm sure when they built this street, it was paved. And I just was thinking about it, like,
Hmm.
I was in the 60s. Hmm.
Oh, interesting.
Mm.
I gotta see what he sings. Or something. Let me see. Frank Zappa and Bobby Brown. Okay. Don't eat the yellow snow. Oh, Zappa defines fascist theocracy. Hmm. Isn't Bobby Brown from Georgia?
I don't know.
Does anybody agree with politics? Know the song. You're the one that always says fascist. That's what I was like. Zappa defines fascist theocracy.
So Watts out covering his potato or tomato plants, is he? For the upcoming snowstorm.
No, he already did that. Winterized everything.
Yeah.
Cutest boy in. Oh, I've heard that. There's one. Is it called Cooter Brown? Cooter. Yes. Drunk as Cooter Brown. There used to be a club that I went to. It was called Cooter Browns.
What, like a bar or restaurant?
Yes, it was a bar.
A bar, yeah.
Yeah. It was close to whatever that university is in San Antonio. We're used to driving an hour and a half to go anywhere to have fun.
Yeah.
We do have the old barn dance hall. That's once a month. And then, but the rest of them, you want to go anywhere, it's an hour and a half.
Whenever we, for the most part, got a cottage, it was with Sega Beach. So I looked up the history of it, and the hotel that they put up there was basically, it always had a dance hall. Funny you mentioned that. Big dance hall.
Yeah.
And there was somebody that sold out, and they went to Florida and opened another one.
Cherry, see you. Hopefully you're thought out. I'm sorry. They went to Florida.
Yeah, there was some family went, roadside with the horses, and because it was just after 1900. And they liked it so much, they opened a hotel, dance hall. And it got into the 50s. Some family, I forget, started McGregor or I don't know, something like that. And they sold out, moved to Florida, and opened another one. Another hotel and dance hall. Dancing was a big thing of the whole,
Yes, it always has been.
But I'm just trying to think of the dress at the time.
I'm sorry, Sherry, I know you're freezing. And B jumps in. Florida's closed. Anytime you mention Florida, closed.
Yeah.
That's what we keep saying here, too.
Yeah.
Beachman said, are you talking about Henry Flagler? Oof, below zero. Goodness, Sherry. No, Missouri always gets it. My friend used to send me pictures every year of the snow in Missouri. So do all nuclear plants put waste in the water? Freaking the freaker's ball. Some do, some don't. Yeah. Tuesday, I'm going to check my post office box. There should be a couple of things there. I'm excited to get. you see the video Zed did of the sculpture? Really? Wait, I need to go up. Really, really. The new ones don't need a flashlight. Kids surfing it every day. True. Yeah, I only know of one nuclear plant here in Texas. I'm sure there's more, but Matagorda, we'd go down there fishing, and it was a few years before I realized there was a nuclear plant there. Because I was standing in the store one day and they had a pamphlet and it said escape route. I thought it was for a hurricane. Started looking at it. No, it was if the nuclear plant went off, did whatever it does. And I was like, so here's this escape route because there's only one way in there. One way in, one way out. Excuse me. Unless you get on a boat. And so I was like, there's going to be 1 million people on that route trying to get out. And you're not going to be moving. I'm getting on a boat.
Didn't you say you wanted to go on a riverboat or something? Okay.
Yes, the riverboat. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's one of my bucket list things. Never been on a riverboat. I mean, I've been on boats. We used to go to East Texas.
I think I told you the Toronto Harbor has 3 islands: Center Island, Ward's Island, and I can't remember the third. We used to take a church picnic to Center Island, and the ferry boats, you know, the whole thing shaking, and the wind coming through, you know, that was an experience. I'm sure they're still running, you know, they're probably upgraded the
Yeah, I've been on ferries, and we had a boat, but I didn't like the way my husband drove it.
yeah. Remember we used to, I preferred Orr Lake, ORR.
Mm-hmm.
And you could almost see across, must be some south to north, because we're always on the south side. I don't know why, I guess it was cheaper. But the people that had money in the early 60s, late 50s, some of those speedboats, you know what I mean, going across the lake.
Oh, yeah.
God, were they moving?
Yeah. Not too far from here, they have boat races, and it's kind of neat to watch, but it's scary too because it can get bad quick.
I think they were called regattas, weren't they? And they had the water skiers, and they'd have the girls on top, and this.
Yes.
Hmm.
I'd love to see people doing all the crazy things. They can do the crazy things. I'm not.
Nah.
Hey, Vicky. When I see them skiing barefooted,
Yeah.
that's kind of cool. And then whenever they do the flips, like, I don't know,
Yeah.
spinning around while holding the rope. Watt was here earlier, but I haven't heard from him since then. I think he's frozen. Yep, and I want to go on an airboat. I have to go over to Louisiana to be able to do that. I think he's doing okay, Be Charming.
I remember when my dad was younger, the Don River was more than what it is. And the guys threw a dog in and said, "See that?" Threw him in. So he learned to swim. But the point was, he tried water skiing with his bare feet. He'd no sooner get up and he went face first. I used to think my dad's nuts. You know what I mean? Why would you do that?
Mm.
He just, as soon as he stood up, he was gone. Over and over and over again.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh no. Got any good news, Blackwatch?
Pardon?
Got any good news?
Good news. Hopefully, but not yet. First, fingers crossed.
Yep,
But
praying on that.
hasn't been a heck of a lot, has there? You know, but nothing that stood out. I'd love to have a bag of popcorn right now. That'd be good. You know,
Well, if I could get one up there, I'd toss you one.
it,
Have a few of those.
problem is the family-sized ones. They're just not enough.
Oh my goodness.
It'd be like 3/4 of it, a little bit of air, not like potato chips where it's half. Gas, whatever they put into it.
I think you have a big appetite.
Yeah, I do, apparently. You kind of take 2 handfuls and you think, I'll put it away. And then about 30 seconds later, you think, you know what I mean? Where's the bag?
Night Be Charmed. Thank you for coming in.
It is really good, though. Oh, my geez. That's what you do when a winter storm came in. It didn't really matter if you had cigarettes, you should have, because you're not going out in that, right? And,
Yep.
Some pop and a movie and some popcorn or chips.
Yep.
And then you were good for the night. I could imagine if I had this in the 80s, you know what I mean? There's 50 bags. Yeah, they're mine. Get away from it, but That's what we used to do, is watch movies, when the weather really came in.
That's why I have the popcorn, because when my granddaughter comes up to stay,
Yeah.
we have to watch a movie, and she has to have popcorn.
Yeah. I mean, they're different. You know what? I think about it like that. Growing up, my mom called them cheese dreams. And what it was a slice of bread cut in quarters, cheese on it, and bacon. And it was put under the broiler. That was a treat. You know what I mean? They were,
Mhm.
they were really good. I screwed it up. I grew up. you know, you didn't have a lot of chips, or pop and that, but she had these treat things, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was really like strip bacon, on top of cheese and top quartered bread under the broiler. It was, nice hot on a, cold winter's night.
Yeah. My daughter's been making monkey bread. And I don't know what you mean by warming places. I've never heard of that. So we probably don't have warming places.
Warming places?
Yeah.
Well, you have them for people to get warm. If that's what they're talking about.
So
Shelter of sorts, to get out.
right, Josh. Well, okay. So like one house that I was renting, it didn't have any air and the windows were up high. So it was pretty hot. It was like 105 degrees, 110, something like that. And so I would take the kids to the grocery store to cool down. We would just grab a basket and walk through the grocery store just to cool down for a while. So, I guess if it's like if a store has power.
We have warming and cooling places. People that don't have air and people that started getting too cold. A lot of the malls kicked that in, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you didn't live there, yeah.
Right. So, schools do not open for anything that I know of. Used to back in the day, but now with all the things that are going on in schools, they keep them locked up pretty much. Churches, we have one emergency type church things, but it's never open when you need it.
Yeah.
And when something like this hits us, we're stuck. We can't go anywhere. My warming station will be my daughter's. Yeah, I don't know what's going on in town. I don't know if they have anything open for during the summer. Some of the churches will have it's more cooling centers here, I guess. They'll have water and the air going for people to come in and cool down so they don't get a heat stroke.
I mean, I don't know about you. I never went to a school. It was only heated for the winter. The summer, they just opened the windows a bit, and that was it.
Yeah. Well, when it's 105 and no breeze, opening the windows doesn't do a thing.
Yeah.
Malls probably, but the closest mall to me is an hour and a half away.
Oh no!
Yeah, I haven't been to a mall in, oh my goodness,
No.
years and years and years.
I know there's, I think, the Mall of America. You have your large ones, but downtown Toronto,
Mm.
Eaton's department store open. I don't know what they called it, but inside it's just stores, different levels, ramps. But actually, it's crossing a street to the next building. It's incredible inside. That was a 70s, I think, 78. There's hundreds of stores.
Cooking your brain. Sometimes it feels like that, Josh, but nah, it's not that bad. You get used to it. I mean, look at Arizona. Those poor people. 120, like a lot of the time. That's why they all have swimming pools.
Yeah.
Swimming pool would be nice, but too much. With all these trees, the maintenance on it would be just horrific. No, I don't need a swimming pool. Set me up an outdoor shower. Those are pretty easy to do, and that's a really good idea, especially if you're out working in the yard and get all sweaty and run through the shower before you go in. That'd be cool.
After my dad moved east, he missed going to the cottage. It just got impossible, you know.
Oh my goodness.
An above ground pool put in. You know, the liner, it has like aluminum to hold it up. He'd be out there in November in his swim trunks fixing it. It was nothing but a nightmare. I think it cost him $3,000 to have it taken out.
Wow.
Like you say, the upkeep is, oh my God.
Yeah. That's when I worked at the resort, I had to take care of the pool, and it was an Olympic size swimming pool.
Oh boy.
So I would invite all my friends to come swimming and hand them a brush to scrub the sides to keep the algae off. And because the owner was a cheapskate, he wouldn't supply what was needed to take care of the pool. He didn't care. He wanted the place to fail. And it was sad because it was a membership resort. So these people were paying monthly memberships to use this resort. And I was like, not going to let it collapse just because he didn't care. Excuse me. But I had a petty cash account and figured out how to do it out of the petty cash. Going to Home Depot and getting what I needed to shock it once a week, and then having friends help scrub. Yep.
I never learned to swim, so I didn't miss it.
I didn't quit. He was trying to close it down. And so he had a stack of letters for the members, and I was supposed to sign them all. So I was just flipping up the bottom after I read the top one and signing them. And then he started laughing, and one of the papers in there was my resignation. But he didn't want me to quit. He just didn't want me to be manager anymore. But he had already fired all the help, so I was kind of the only one there. Me and one other girl that I had hired to do the night shift at the office. He was just a jerk. Anyway, he got sued, and then LCRA bought the resort, and now it's a park, and they tore everything down. No more pool, no more putt-putt golf. All of it's just gone. No more clubhouse. But I loved that job. I loved it. I had to do all the mowing, had to drive the golf cart. It's 250 acres. And there was a trail around the back part of it, and I had to drive that every morning, every night before I went home to make sure there wasn't any squatters on the place. But I loved it. And the people that would stay there in their RVs, they were amazing. Even after I left there, we all still kept in contact. They would watch the girls while I worked. There was one 4th of July, because the owner, I'm telling you, he was I've never seen anybody like him. And so 4th of July, I was like, okay, y'all, we're going to have some fun. And so I had everybody pitch in $5 to buy the meat for a barbecue. And then everybody just brought a dish, and we had a big old barbecue, and we had games and contests. We had paddle boats in the creek, and we had a watermelon spitting contest. We had just a whole day of events planned out, and everybody had a blast. I had pictures of it, and I made a poster and hung it in the office of all the events that we had done and everything. And he only came in about once a month to make sure that everything was where it was supposed to be. And he came in and saw that poster board and had a fit. He said, well, it looks like that was fun. How much that cost me? And I said, not a dime.
Uh,
And he said, well, don't ever do it again. Can you believe that? Didn't cost him anything, but don't ever do it again. Some people just don't like people to have fun
well,
or don't care about people, and he didn't. He absolutely didn't. They had, you know how like most RV parks will have their own restrooms and showers for people to use. And during the winter, the men were complaining that it was like freezing cold in there in the showers. And so I went to Walmart and got a little $15 electric heater and put it down there. And when he saw that on the petty cash report, he said, what's this electric heater for? And I said, the showers down at the RV section. And he said, I don't care if they freeze, take it back. Excuse me. And I said, you're kidding. And he said, no, take it back.
well,
I'm sure the guys got together down there and put one in. I don't know.
you gotta wonder, what's an electric heater for? To heat electrically? Just wondering.
Yeah, he was. Okay, I can say it. He was a real jerk. Hey, Ken, how are you doing? Drop the link and see if Ken wants to come up. I'm surprised you're awake, Ken. How's your weather? Camping soon. We had a place that we used to hang out at on the river, and they fenced it off and wouldn't let us down there anymore. Whatever happened to your old manager? I don't know what you mean, Vicky. Dang it, Zed. Sorry to hear that. The guy I'm talking about. I don't know what happened to him. He's left he had the nerve to call me a year later. They had turned the clubhouse into a bed and breakfast type thing, like an inn. Had the nerve to call me and ask me to come back and run it. And I was like, no. Not working for you ever again. Hey, Ken, how are you?
Hey, Bonnie. just not going to enjoy the cold weather in the morning.
I'm enjoying it just fine right here in the house.
I have to get out and go to work tomorrow. It's supposed to get down to 25 with a feel like temperature of 19 or something like that.
And wait, what state are you in?
Alabama. but the part where I'm at, the ice storm didn't hit, so
Okay.
all we got was rain.
You're warmer than here. What's going on? Yeah, it's not getting over 24, something like that tomorrow.
Well, our highs here will be in the 40s, but the lows will be in the 20s or upper teens.
Oh, I lied. It's gonna get up to 33 with a
Not
low
much
of,
colder.
yeah. At least I don't see any rain in the forecast. That's because the temperature's dropping to 15 at night.
You just stopped
That's
raining here maybe an hour ago. It had been raining since noontime today. Just all day long, just like a steady rain, not like a real hard rain, but just a steady rain all day long.
that's good.
So
That's
no
what that,
storms or tornadoes or anything like that. So
yeah. Those are the kind of rains I love. Nashville got hit.
there were some places that I seen of some of the trees. It just literally took like half of the trees down.
Oh, goodness.
Hang on, let me see if I think I've got one of my pictures on Facebook.
Is it what took them down?
The ice, the weight of the ice.
Yes. That's what we were worried about out here because it's happened before. And so far, so good, but I haven't looked at the whole property yet because I can't even get out of the house.
Let me see if I can make that a little bigger. Let me do this.
Oh, wow.
Here it is, tab instead, and then.
Yep, I see it. Goodness.
See how that's because the weight of the ice is so heavy, it just, all that weight just breaks limbs, and that's what usually happens when they fall across the power lines or.
Yep. Yeah. My son-in-law was freaking out about, there was a couple of limbs that have gone above the wires or above the travel trailer.
Have you heard from what?
He was in chat earlier, and
Okay. I was just wondering how it was affecting his area.
he said that they were, it's hitting them now, I think. Let me see. Goodness. Freeze warning, cold weather advisory. All over my weather thing.
Yep, I already have my water dripping, so.
Yeah. See. Well, during the day, it doesn't look so bad there. The nighttime temperatures, Monday, 18. Like here, and raining. 37 and raining. Feels like 32.
Just bored talking about the way that Reese's peanut butter cups have shrunk. I said, yeah, that I had some earlier, and yeah, they have shrunk.
Really?
Yeah, they're
Huh.
smaller than they used to be.
Good grief. And probably cost more.
Of course. Same thing they did the cereal boxes. I mean, they just kept making the
Yeah.
boxes, change the size of the box, make you think you're getting more than what you're getting, but
Yeah.
And the bags all there. Yeah.
yeah, like potato chips.
Yep.
You get maybe a third of a bag of chips.
Well, vanilla wafers are still pretty full in the bag.
That's good.
Tell you that. The shell pasta that I love so much, they're still full. They're still. I
Just
don't
like just like the coffee cans. I've noticed they've shrunk too,
know.
and the price of coffee is outrageous right now.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm stocked up on coffee.
I think the size that I buy, I'm paying almost double what I used to.
Hush.
I've heard 40% increase down there. I don't know if that's true, but
Yeah, probably 40 to 50%.
coffee always was an expensive commodity when I think about it.
Yeah. My wife's the only one that drinks it in my house. I don't drink coffee.
I don't. I'd rather have hot tea.
No, give me a big old glass of ice with some sweet tea. Yeah.
Mm. Josh, that's the way I am. Coffee makes me start climbing the walls. Buzzing. Can't do caffeine.
Coffee was what?
Rationed in the U.S. during World War II.
Oh yeah, there was. My grandmother went through that war thing
Yeah, mine too.
and everything. I always
Yeah.
found not the percolators, you put the filter in, you pour it, In other words, that was the best coffee. I think it was Folgers, that
Put
we
the filter in and pour it. What do you
Good to the
mean?
last drop. Wasn't that their slogan? Good to the last drop.
Yes.
poured
And are the best thing about waking up.
is
Folgers
Folgers
You got
and-
Folgers in your cup.
thing of waking up is Folgers.
I love the smell of coffee whenever in the mornings.
Yeah, I like the smell of it. I just don't drink it.
Yeah, I don't either. So when I stay down with my daughter and son-in-law, he does. And so then I wake up smelling coffee.
Yeah, it is. Never quite cared for the big percolators, you know what I mean? Like big 2 feet tall things. It was, I don't know, syrupy or wasn't as good.
I have a couple of those. That's what I used for the Girl Scouts for hot chocolate, making the hot chocolate in. But I'm still keeping them because you can. They don't have the insides, but you can still use them for lemonade, tea, whatever for big group.
Oh yes, yes. I remember the A&P brand of 8 o'clock coffee. You had to go up there. It was just the beans, and you put it in on that machine, so it'd grind the beans up for you. And
Yeah. You ever notice that aisle was covered in this stuff in coffee?
yeah, I guess people were moved their bag too soon, and half of it would go on the floor.
Yeah. Yeah.
HEB's.
Maybe they needed like somebody chaperoning people over there at the machine. This is how you use it.
Yeah. HEB here in Texas, they still have that. They have the where you can grind your own coffee. They have the bins.
Now, back years ago when I first started with Piggly Wiggly as a manager, we still had them in our stores. None of them have it now, but they used to have the grinder. They had like 3 of them right in a row, so people would get their bags. And
Yeah.
One of them was Arabica beans and had like a camel on it or something, the bags or something. I don't know. Yeah.
That's a good point, Ann. Used to, you got free calendars. They would everywhere you went would give them to you, and I haven't seen any anymore. It's like,
and we even did that when I worked as a life insurance agent. We say, hey, we got new calendars. Can we come visit you? Oh, while we're here visiting you, let's talk about this new policy. It was a way to get in the door.
right? I think our bank has those little pocket calendars.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen the big ones. I don't think people hang calendars on their walls anymore.
No.
My wife's got what do you call those markers that you can erase on the board?
Dry erase.
Yeah, she's got a dry erase board, and it has like the squares for the month. And just each month, she writes down the numbers and then writes down what needs to happen on that day, or if there's a birthday party or
appointments. Yeah.
Yep. End of the month, you erase it and start with a new one.
My friend I told you about that I reacquainted with after I got married, which I shouldn't have, his bulletin board had all his traffic tickets on it. What day do I have to be in court? I remember the bulletin board with the pins in it, littered with traffic tickets.
Credit union.
Has anybody ever dealt with sciatica?
Yeah, I do. I did. I do.
What helps you?
The damage was to my pelvis. I fell off 20 foot ladder onto a stairwell, and it twisted the pelvis. So my left leg, it runs right up, and aches.
Anything help you?
I found the last house I had, there was a chiropractor and a physiotherapist. They just graduated, and he was the best chiropractor I had, Ken. And he pretty well got rid of it.
Maybe that's what I need to do, see a chiropractor. Because they've got me right now on 100 milligrams of pregabalin. But even that's not easing off all the pain.
Yeah, well,
That's
you got it in your back, right? Didn't you say that your back is?
Yes, in my lower back. I entered it back when I started out when I got in high school. They wanted me for the football team, and I got right at the first part of the year. I got clipped from
Yeah.
behind, right in the back, and it did some, I guess, damage to the vertebrae or whatever.
yeah.
Have you ever tried traction?
I haven't tried traction.
Traction. They put something over your hip. They basically, you heard of drawn and quartered? Well, they draw you in a chiropractor.
Yeah, my grandmother went through that for the vertebrae in her neck. She would put this contraption on in a doorway and
Yeah.
stand there for a while.
Because I think I've tried everything so far. I mean, I've tried my medicine they've had me on. I've tried these different stretches that they show to try to release pressure from the sciatica. And I'm like, something's got to work somewhere.
Mary said she had to go to a chiropractor for hers also.
Yeah. I could imagine being your back. I mean, this when it first was bad enough through the hip. After that was the spine. Oh my God.
Yeah, because it even goes, since it attaches to the peroneal nerve, I think that's what it is, right around the knee. It's still like an extension of the sciatica. It's got like pain going all the way down the back of my thigh,
Yes,
behind my knee, and all the way down my calf.
that's the way my best friend is. She do the rump all the way
Oh
down.
yeah, oh yeah.
She said it's pretty painful.
And even if I take my medicine before I go to bed, when I wake up, I'm in such pain I can't even hardly get up out of bed.
Oh my goodness. That's one thing I've never had. Knock on wood. Thank you, Lord.
I mean, I seriously think before I take my medicine, the pain
Mhm.
is worse than what my chest pain was when I went in the hospital for my heart.
Yeah. So I don't know about you. Aircraft company I worked at, data center was 3 floors in a basement. But all the plants, I'd go for a walk. I say, someone needs my help over, plant pot. Point was, I kept walking, kept it away.
Mm.
I walk all day, every day, because I'm on my feet all day, every day at work.
Oh, that may not be that good.
The shoes make a difference too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got those like memory insoles and everything, or that cushion your feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that's me, Cheryl. I go to sleep and maybe get woke up 2 hours later, and then try to fall back asleep, and then wake up maybe 2 hours later again, and
Oh goodness.
you're talking. I know Ann Garber said never. Oh, you talking about something like a TENS machine?
Mm.
Electric implant controlled is. I'd be scared that thing would malfunction or something, and putting some type of implant in you.
I know. Huh.
It says control it with your phone, and then somehow I'd lose my phone. Somebody else would get a hold of it. I'd be like, "What the hell are they doing about?"
Yeah, my mother had a TENS unit. I haven't seen it in all her stuff. I don't know. My only problem is upper back, but I've been seeing exercises that Tai Chi is low stress, but it's you're I don't even know how to explain it. And it aligns your posture, and
Huh.
then I was sent a little video that is also good for your posture, and it sounds really weird. Is doing the crab walk, like
Crap. Yeah.
backwards, like. But I don't know that would help the lower back.
Sometimes heat feels good, but then that tightens your muscles up. Makes you
Yeah.
feel-
I've tried that. I've tried, putting like a heating pad on the area of my back where it starts at,
Mm-hmm.
and done that. I mean, it helps some, but then I don't want to go to sleep with it. I might get 3rd-degree burns or something.
I love my heating pad. You must turn it up pretty high.
Well, mine's only got an on and off switch. It don't have like a temperature thing on it.
Oh,
But it does kind of like it'll go on, stay on for a little while, then cut off for maybe about 10 seconds, and then come back on, gradually heat back up again. And
I think mine's got 4 settings. I keep it on the lowest because that's what's weird is the heat outside doesn't bother me so much. It's like I can't take really hot showers. The
oh man, give me a hot shower all day long. It just relaxes me.
heating pad can't be very hot. But dishes, when I'm doing dishes, well, I was using straight hot water. I just had them adjust the water heater because the 10-foot shower was freezing me. And now the hot water, it'll burn you. He put it, there's hot water now.
Turn the thermostat up.
Sometimes in the cold of winter, I use a heating pad under the bed, but I always shut it off and put it away before I went to sleep. No way I'd sleep with it.
I used to love water beds, Zed, but I don't think they would be too great for my back now. Because you want to have support.
No, you never get out of it.
I remember the water beds were heated. My friend had
that heating pad that went up under the bladder of the bed, and
yeah,
turned the setting on it, set how warm you wanted it.
Yeah.
Hello, 911. Yes, I need someone to lift me out of my water bed.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're talking about the waveless. Yeah, I could probably go for a waveless. I just couldn't get the one with the waves. I'd probably get seasick now.
There you go. Hot water bottle with a towel.
Yeah.
Than going to sleep. Mine shuts off after a certain amount of time. It shuts off. So
yeah,
I have to keep turning it back on. So if I do fall asleep with it, I'm not worried because it shuts off. $140.
I'm not sure what my hot water tank set at.
Well, he put mine at 1. I'm thinking 125, or he moved it from 125 to 150. It's hot. At 125, it was not hot.
Up here, it's usually
And if it's not getting hot, sometimes it could be your the little thermostat thing, the little thermostat rod.
Mm-hmm.
But I
What's
think most hot water tanks have two of them, one at the top and one at the bottom. And if one of those goes out, your water may be a lot cooler. Now, both of them, you're going to know if both of them goes out because you're not going to have any hot water at all.
right? Well, I don't know. It's a little bitty water heater, but it's brand new.
Is it like a 30-gallon or something? Or
I think so. It's not very big. And they put it behind a wall. You have to take the whole wall down to get to it. And it's like half the size of to the ceiling.
just kind of short and fat?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the kind we had at the last place we lived at. We've got a regular. I think the one we have here is maybe either a 40 or 50, but it's a tall one.
Yeah.
Yeah, heating element. That's what they call it.
Yeah.
I've had to replace those before. Of course, you got to drain out your whole entire hot water tank before you turn the water off and drain it all out. And
Yeah. And that goes out pretty regular. Here we have really hard water. That's
oh, okay, yeah, and it probably starts making a lot of corrosion around it. And
yeah, build up. And that's
a lot
yeah.
of iron in the water or something.
Yep, that too. So I'm checking into a water softener to I think that helps it. And then reverse osmosis at the kitchen sink. Yep. Hard water runs the elements. That's one of the rent houses. It'd start smelling like rotten eggs. And that's
Yeah.
when we knew that the hot water heater needs to be cleaned out. Call the landlord.
Might be some sulfur in the water to making it smell like that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's kind of like if you go over toward Louisiana, toward that, I can't remember, the 21-mile long bridge. That's what
Yeah.
it smells like. That's what it smells like in that whole area. So you can tell there's a lot of sulfur in the water.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it just smells just like sulfur, like rotten eggs almost.
Yeah. That's why I take the northern route instead of going through 10 over that bridge, because that's just too long.
I've been on that bridge one time and I said, never again. I'm thinking like when you're out in the middle of it, you're thinking like, what happens if I break down out here? There's nothing around me but water.
Yes. That's my thing is, no, that's just too long. No. So I go 20.
Yep, and it's the same way when I've been to places in Florida with the water. You can taste it too.
Yeah, a little west of me. Yeah, it's got a lot of iron in it, and um, I knew that. And I was at a friend's house, and I asked for a glass of water, and he's like, "You sure you want a glass of water?" And I said, "Well, yeah, I'm kind of thirsty." And so he got a glass out of this thing, and he's just standing there watching me like, ha ha.
Yeah,
Sip of that, and I was like, oh,
yeah, and Garvey, it's the same way here with all water. You can just smell the chlorine. As soon as you open up the faucet, you can smell all the chlorine.
mm-hmm. That's what it was in town.
I mean, I have to take a shower in it, but I don't drink it.
Yep. Deferred maintenance plumbing.
What do you do for washing your clothes in that hard water? You have a salt softener?
Not yet. I'm working on getting one, but I just wash them. I mean, what do you mean?
I'm just
Yeah,
hoping
yeah.
we don't have any black ice here tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because with all that rain all day and it's supposed to drop down to freezing overnight.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna have. Well, so the sun started melting it a little, and then it's what 14 degrees tonight. So
Going to refreeze.
it's gonna be bad tomorrow. Everything. Yes, chessboard. How is that? What what are they doing to get the whitest teeth?
Yeah, what are they eating? Inquiring minds want to know.
Mm-hmm. I have noticed that a lot with some of them, that their teeth are so white and look healthy.
Right now, the only thing we're getting here is a whole lot of wind gusts.
It was real windy here. Well, it has been for the past few days. And then that sleet, my windows on the house, they're just solid ice on the outside.
So good luck seeing out of your windows.
Yeah, you can't see out the windows. And that's getting the front door open this morning. I was just like, oh my goodness, it's frozen shut. Body slammed it, got it open so the dog could go out. Because she wouldn't go down the back steps. They were just covered with ice too, and they're like cement, so a whole lot slicker. I guess we'll just have to look it up and see what they do.
Yeah.
Just for its good answer. What's wrong? You need outside again? Black Watch, are you awake?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
a
Making
minute.
sure you wasn't pulling a wad on us.
Yeah.
Y'all excuse me for just a second while I take her out.
All right.
I'll be back.
So, wad even up here earlier? Yeah. Everybody,
I think you're breaking up.
did I break it up?
Yeah, you're roboting.
No, I was just asking if Watt was up earlier or just in chat.
That last part was better.
Can you hear me good at all?
That's better than what it was, but not as good as when you first came in.
Let me see if the settings on my microphone.
Not bad.
Okay, how about now?
Sounds good.
No, I was just asking if Watt was up earlier or not, or if he was just in chat.
No, he was in chat. He wasn't on panel.
You're probably gonna have a busy day tomorrow with helping restore people's power.
Could be, yeah. So you got one of those stand all day jobs, do you?
Do what now?
You have one of those standing all day jobs.
Yep, on my feet all day long,
Yeah.
except when I get to take a break.
That's what I more or less, they called it unit record, which is IBM cards, sorting the
Yeah.
shit and everything, and then operating mainframes, computers. You're on your feet all the time and going.
Yeah.
And you had
Zed says he can't hear either one of us.
no.
Well, you're not gonna hear Bonnie because, well, Bonnie's unmuted, but I don't hear anything. I don't know if she's back from letting the dogs out or not.
I just got back. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I mean, chat. Can chat hear me?
Okay, people in chat, can you hear us?
Oh, y'all were sitting there not talking forever. Maybe that's what they were talking about.
Maybe that's what it was.
Oh, you got something.
Zed says nope, but Mary says yes. Well, how can you answer nope if you don't know if you hear us or not? Oh, this is a video from in Nashville, Tennessee. Yeah, that's from Nashville, Tennessee too.
Goodness, I wouldn't be standing under that tree.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't either. One of them other limbs might fall and hit you in the head.
Mm-hmm.
So what do y'all think about this thing with Alex Pretty? I don't know if I'm saying his name right. Alex Pretty.
Oh goodness. You know, that's the one that set my daughter off. So today I saw that, let me find it. 2 articles came out that kind of surprised me. Let's see. Judge grants a restraining order against the ICE agents. And the other one says agents are likely to be put on administrative leave. So,
I think they should be arrested for criminals. To me, that was straight up murder.
yes, it was, and that's the.
They had already took the gun away from him. He didn't have his gun. They're trying to say that he had the gun, and that's why they shot him.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely overstepped. The interesting thing that I've seen is that other states have been saying that even the police officers, the sheriffs, everybody are saying that the ICE agents are not acting like that in their areas. So I'm wondering if this is kind of like a on purpose type deal.
Like some type of psyop.
Yeah. And because, you know, my mind has to go there. But I don't know. It's that was just, and never ever did I think that I would be seeing this happening to Americans on American soil. That's my biggest thing is like, but then whenever they show these and the people in the chats, the things that they're saying, the hate, and, you know, even if he was protesting, it's like, but y'all, okay, so yes, more protesters are out there now even than before, because that's how you do it lawfully. And whenever they are not allowed to do that anymore, we've lost our country. That's the First Amendment right, freedom of speech. I think that they are, it's almost like a play. Like, there was one video I saw where the ICE agents were giving the protesters that are supposed to be anti-ICE donuts and coffee this morning or yesterday morning. And I'm like, what is going on here, really? Are they showing us? I don't know. I don't, it's like, is this all just a skit? Is it scripted? I don't know.
Well,
But
I don't know. There's something else I was going that I got down here shared. I don't know if you've seen this or not. Let me see if I can enlarge that to make it bigger. Somehow. Will it let me do that? No, it just says remove from stage. Anyway, it's a letter that the United States Post Office sent out, and the only other time they sent it out was right before 2020.
yeah, I've seen this where
You've
they're
seen that? It was sent
warning
out,
us.
yeah, January the 5th, 2026, talking about that they're exempt from, restricted travel and all that, if in case there's something like a lockdown or
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I'm kind of
makes me
thinking
think.
that this is a layout for either having police states or military on the streets.
Yep,
And
exactly.
either one of those is not good. And what surprises me also is the immediate negative response from the White House. What they say right off the bat without knowing any of the circumstances, without investigating it, you to start putting that out to the public. And so you're setting up this narrative that this man's already guilty, he's causing trouble, he's
Yeah.
whatever, to the public. How many people are going to believe that, first of all? And second of all, that is just, there's nothing right about it.
Yeah, there are a lot of people getting paid, Ann. There's a lot of people getting hired to be hate protesters.
I'm not really a prophet, but 2 weeks ago this came up out of that.
Mhm.
And I said to you, what would happen if somebody permitted for CCW met an ICE agent? Now you know. They'll shoot you dead.
Yeah. And so that's, I can totally understand the people of Minnesota speaking up. I saw one video where this man, he's standing there with a shotgun at the end of his block, and they're like, what's your purpose? And he said, I'm protecting my neighborhood.
Yeah.
And, so even the people who live in these neighborhoods, they're not happy about
Yeah.
it. But then you see all these other people from all over the place, and they're cheering it on. And it's like,
Yeah. They're getting you ready so they can come to everybody. Where's your papers?
yes. And as American citizens, we don't have any papers.
No. Who carries around their birth certificate and things like that with them?
Yes.
I would have
It,
to. I don't even have a copy right now. I would have to go back to the health department and get a certified copy.
yeah. And that's what I heard, that a driver's license doesn't do it, because the illegals were given driver's license. So what I
See,
even
and that's another thing. By doing that, they're pushing for that. Because even on my license it says not for federal identification. They want everybody to get that star one easier to track somehow or something. I don't know.
And I don't know about Minnesota. How'd you like to go to Michigan, an open carry state?
well, that's the way it is here.
It's open carry here as well.
but we don't have this going on. And so that's my point too. It's an open carry state. So do we need to worry that just because we can, that any officer that comes to us is going to feel threatened? They're more armed than we are, I believe.
Yeah.
But also, I saw one of the police department and sheriff's departments, they were doing a press conference, and I agreed with everything that they were saying, because they were even saying the same things we're saying right now, but except for one little comment that one of them made when he said that the police are a higher authority than citizens. And I was like, oh, hold up, wait a minute.
No,
If we're
they're public servants.
Yes, if we're going by the Constitution here, the power is with the people, and that's what.
The police work for us.
Yes, our tax money is paying them. Right, chessboard. And that was another thing, was that was on the House floor. They were talking about that. There's a company, it's called GEO Group, and they have made billions in profit. They said that for 2025, they had the highest profit in history, and it has something to do with ICE. It's connected with the hiring of ICE, and I need to look it up and find out more about it, but it's called the GEO Group.
You think the Senate's going to let it go? The House passed that appropriation bill. The Senate says we're not going to pass it with that ICE funding with it.
Well, we have a lot of problems. The Patriot Act is one. That is,
That's why 9/11 was done, so they could put in the Patriot Act.
yes.
Well, that's one of the reasons. There's many other reasons it was done too.
Yep.
We won't get into that right now, though.
Well, you know, this time your government shuts down, it is the Republicans' fault. They made it happen.
Josh, that's what I'm doing. I am not going to renew my license. I'm just getting a passport. And we'll see what happens. If I get pulled over. I mean, I don't see any reason for me to get pulled over, but you never know. It could be a license plate light out and you don't know about it. That's what gets me.
Well, you have no choice here but to get a license, because if you don't have a license, you can't get your registration for your vehicle.
See, and that is so weird, because that's what they told me at the office. But then we came home and did it online, and the tags came in the mail, and got the tags.
Wow. Wow. And I only meant to come up for a little bit. I didn't realize it's already 2 o'clock here now. So
I know.
I need to go down and get to bed.
Yeah, I was fixing to close it up. I haven't had supper yet. I'm kind of
Uh-oh.
getting hungry.
I'm hungry too.
You just ate. We heard your microwave.
Ah, that was heating up water for.
Oh, okay.
My kettle's still broke. Kettle don't work.
That's right. You don't need a license to own a car or get it tagged because it's the vehicle. And it's the same with the insurance is you're insuring the vehicle. You're not insuring yourself. And so that's another one that's kind of weird too, but my vehicle's insured and it has a tag. Excuse me. All right, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and close it down. Y'all have a good night. I'm going to put the link for backstage if anyone wants to come visit.
All right. Thanks for having me up. Good to see you, Bonnie and Black Watch, and everybody in chat. Everybody have a great night.
Ken,
Take care, Ken. Sleep well.
I hope that sciatica gets better for you.
Yeah.
All right. Next one will be something new to learn, I think. Hope. Yes, Sid. I'm excited waiting. Thank you for joining us tonight. It was good to see the new people. Hope you come back. Y'all stay safe out there. God bless you and have a good night.
Good night, everyone.